Okay, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 11th. We are waiting for John Postman to join us online. Greg Postman, sorry, Greg. I don't know what I'm thinking.
God, we had that last night too. That's
I
funny.
know.
We have a new
I've had,
commissioner. We're introducing him today.
Blah, blah. Let me get it together here. I've had plenty of coffee already today. Francie is also online with us. And then here in the room, we have Jeffrey Woodruff, our newest commissioner, myself, Kelly, I'm the chair this year, and Patty Clapper. And we are very much looking forward to this conversation on an update from the Redstone Historical Society. So I would invite folks up to the table here. And if you have a presentation, we can get you set up.
Thank you.
Is there any slides or anything where we need technology, or are we going to have a conversation?
I always need technology. It's not my world. So,
Just so you guys know, these mics, the red light means they're on, and you have to speak directly to them. It doesn't broadcast in the room, it goes to grassroots. So I will move one more of these things for you. In case everybody
Okay,
knows.
please introduce yourself and your team, and do you need any technology or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, great.
My name is Jeff Beer, and I'm here as representing the Redstone Historical Society, of which I'm president because I didn't show up for one of the meetings. That's the way it kind of works. And with me are some members of the board, given my daughter, Oriana, and Mabius, and Jameson, Leo, another daughter. We kind of have a family thing going here. And
Sounds
then
very
Lisa
Redstone.
Matson, she's working with us. Oriana's vice president, and these two are sharing secretary duties. And of course, Susanna has been working with us on this whole project while we're doing. And I know we're kind of preaching to the choir somewhat on what we're trying to do, and that's raise funds to acquire this building, which the owners in Redstone have generously offered at a discounted price, and have one of the owners, of which there are three, has offered to donate his proceeds, which would be about $250,000 somewhere in there. And we're looking for a grant from, History Colorado, which Suzanne has been working with us on, of $250,000. And did you get the package I sent? Okay, so we're looking for, right now, for $350,000. I want to just mention a couple things that we've been doing, which have been going on to we don't really need to justify our existence, but just bolsters why and what we're doing. Since we last met, we've had a number of schools contact us, including we did a tour for 30 teachers in the lower valley of Redstone and basically the village and the coke ovens. From that came a class of 7th and 8th graders from Glenwood Springs. We did a tour. And both of those tours we had somewhat inclement weather, and so it was a struggle. We didn't have really a place to gather. We did find, Oriana let us use her building in Redstone to, without heat, but it was better than being out in what was going on. And we have another class coming up, educational class, to do the same thing, talk about Redstone early days and what's going on. We also have a group, the Mining History Association has asked us in June to provide a guided tour of Redstone and a talk about Redstone, its origins, and what the whole thing, which was different than some of the other mines in the state. And they're having their annual meeting in Gunnison, and they're coming over and spending an afternoon with us. We recently have hosted fireside chats at the Redstone Inn, where we've had locals. Larry Meredith and Bill Yocums describe life in the 70s, and Larry for 50 years, living in the Crystal Valley and being associated with Crystal Valley. Very well attended, standing room only. So that's a popular series that we hope to continue. We had a student from Brown University doing a thesis on the Crystal River Valley. and researching basically agricultural land use, et cetera. And unfortunately, we have a lot of stuff, but it's spread out in a lot of different places. She was able to use the Carbondale Museum and some locals, but she's working on that. We've been offered recently from some people in Snowmass. It turns out a relative was the head electrician for Osgood when he built the town of Redstone and the castle. And they have his tool chest. And the tool chest is a work of art. It's an antique. I mean, it by itself, and it has some Redstone insignias and all the tools that he used at the turn of the century, dates to 1899 to 1901, in the chest. He'd like to give it to us, but we don't know where to put it. So therein lies the crux of a lot of our problems. And interestingly enough, Jameson has just uncovered a treasure trove of documents, photos, letters, postcards, personal stuff dating from
the late 1880s through 1935, all from the Sewell Ranch and up into Redstone.
And it's kind of a it's like Instagram. You start looking at this stuff and you just don't want to, you just keep sucking you in. It's pulls you down the
Don't
rabbit
tell
hole.
me you do Instagram.
I don't. I get in there. I go, who are these people? What's going on here? And the Crystal Echo, our local newspaper, does an article every month. We do an article for the paper on history, and that's been well received, kind of like Tim Willoughby does, the Aspen thing. It's well read. And also we've added to the board, Lisa's new, but she's bringing some real significant talents. We also have Tucker Ferris, Dorothea's grandson, who is an instructor, professor at CMC, and a videographer, and he is in the process of doing a documentary on the Crystal River Valley, including history, history, mining, agricultural, everything else. And I've seen snippets of that, and this is a PBS quality documentary that he's working on. So we're lucky to have and fortunate to have Tucker join us. Of course, what we're facing is the financial side of this, and the world has changed a little bit since we were last here as far as grants and everything like that. I will mention, and surprisingly and somewhat disturbingly, that there have been 5 sales, the last 5 sales in Redstone, of which 4 were on the boulevard. All were in excess of $1 million. And I say that's sad in some respects for sure, but it also emphasizes that this is a one-time opportunity for us, for everybody to have this facility at our disposal. And the museum is something that's not going to go away next year, the following year, the following year. This is a lifetime investment. This is generations and decades of being able to serve, help educate, protect, and continue the history of Redstone and the Valley. It's not Redstone, but it's the whole Pitkin County, and Marbles has its own museum, but it's a rich history. I mean, for such a small area, it's pretty incredible. The castle is now in private hands. $12 million is what was paid for the castle. They'll be investing quite a bit more. Fortunately, through the Redstone Historical Society and the county commissioners, some caveats were placed on the castle that they have to do so many tours a year. We would like to see them do more, but I'm sure they're only going to do the minimum amount, and that's what they did this year. Jameson was a docent. I was a docent up there, and we had one other person. We handled the tours for them. But I know it's not the moneymaker or the mainstay. So otherwise, the castle is becoming somewhat invisible. The tree growth, you don't see it from the highway anymore. And it's a lot of people aren't aware it's there. They drive through the valley and aren't aware of that. I mean, we've had, when it was visible, cars would, in front of our house, would slam on their brakes, do a U-turn, come back to Redstone to find out what in the hell is this thing. And it certainly is a stunning view from the highway and an edifice there. They can't disturb the public areas, but they can move. Probably 50% of the castle's furnishings are original. There's no restrictions on that. We would like to be recipients of, or even move it back and forth if they're going to put it into storage, if they're doing any changes interior, which I'm sure they're going to do. We lost our display space in the castle when it sold. We had Osgood's and Lady Bountiful's, some personal items of theirs. We had photos, a lot of things on display at the castle. So we could be kind of a central place for their tours. We could be host private tours. We'd have lots of options for that. So I think there's a lot of reasons for this, and so we're looking for money. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That's all. We don't have the base that Aspen, Carbondale, Glenwood has of bodies. We have a few commitments, but they're very minor. They don't really help us a lot, other than we appreciate the efforts and what's behind it. So the owners, bless their souls, I mean, I'm humbled by these guys. They have hung in there with us. They really want to see this happen. They've had stewardship of this property for over 70 years and have maintained it, as Susanna will mention. And it's almost like it was originally. It's just in mint condition. And the owners have gone as far as to offer to do some owner financing, to do a lease, how can they help? They just need, one of them is quite elderly and another one doesn't live in the area, so doesn't have the interest. So they're trying to make it happen. We're trying to make it happen. We don't have a lot of money raising skills, and we would like to, I just think it's all positive the whole way. And Suzanne may have some thoughts on some of the grants or what we have and what's going on there, if you want to mention anything.
Sure. So History Colorado has acquisition grant money up to $250,000. You have to be listed on the National Register to qualify for those funds. We have just initiated the process of getting a preliminary evaluation, which I believe will come back positive. Once that happens, which can be fairly quickly, it could take up to a year to actually get it listed. And then we can apply for the grant for acquisition. So there is a fair amount of time involved in the process of getting that money. Also, I think the current administration may be targeting the National Park Service on its list. And so that's both people who do the review process and money to support the grant programs. So that's a concern as well.
I was made aware of a conservation trust funds monies. The county may have $70,000. We had thought it was 300, which we were hoping. I don't know if you're aware of it. I was told that you might not even know about it, but
Seems fair based on the looks around the table right now.
We would like it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was used, I think, Garfield County used, there was a 300,000 application. I understand Garfield County actually donated that to the Kaufman Ranch acquisition. I don't know if this is an annual thing. I don't know much about it, but someone said absolutely there's 70,000 available to Picken County. That's all I know, but I'm just throwing it out there in case somebody knows something.
We'd have to look
I'll have
into
to
it.
research that. I don't know. off the top.
Conservation trust money is what they call it, so I don't know either. But, you know, the museum, it's going to, you know, it builds community. It gives a, you know, a relevance to, it's the introduction to Redstone, too. You drive in the upper bridge, and that's what you see. It's right next to the, you know, you've seen the, I think I sent them all that photo.
I've been there.
And of course, the interior has some of the original furnishing, stickly, what have you, in there. The
Got a great
Well, why don't
bathtub.
I open it up for questions and discussion by board members? We can start here around the table, and then I'll go online. Patty?
Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, I did the tour. Thank you very much. I
oh,
loved
thank
it.
you for coming.
And the owners, all I know to call them is the Italian Underground.
Yes, that works.
I met both the gentlemen that were there that day, talked with them on the back porch at length. It was great. It was fun. I wish they still own the Italian Underground because it's under another new ownership now. But I want to support this. My concern is with the current administration in Washington, we're having to look at our general fund dollars right now because we may have to supplement some of our services that we're losing federal monies for. So we have a lot we're being stretched on. We're having a retreat coming up next week. Is it next week, John? A retreat? And we're gonna be looking at all the issues we have on our plate,
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that.
the cuts we may be getting from the federal level down. So we have a lot. And I'm really happy to hear you're working with the new owner at the castle. I got to do a tour of the castle when their application was before the board. I would like to see us and have a discussion here about putting in some money and then making it Greg always loves this, a challenge. So we can get matching funds and maybe asking the new owner at the castle if he'd like to spearhead some dollars going into that. This new conservation trust, something I think we're gonna have to look into to see if we can find some dollars somewhere. So I know you need a 350,000 is your kind of where you might be needing money. So-
Provided we get the,
yeah, so maybe if the board, if we can find half of that and then do a matching, do a challenge out there and see if we can get some donors with the county's support. Working with the current owners, some opportunities with the extension of time it's gonna take now to get listed and apply for grant monies at different levels. But I think we need to do what we can. It's a great location for this building. I don't think you're gonna have enough room for all the stuff you have, but it's a good start.
you know,
So thank you,
Rotated
guys. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Jeffrey?
pass.
You don't have any questions or anything? Okay, I'll go to Greg online.
Right, thanks for that, and Jeff, good to see you, sorry I'm not there, and Jeff and family, and your entourage. I had a couple of questions. One is, if this appears to be something we're going to lose because there's a deadline, I certainly want to support it, and I'd like you to let us know that at some point. I love Patty's suggestion. I'd love to be able to issue a challenge match for, say, up to 200,000 toward this. I think that's something we could swing if it's going to help get this thing in your control. And so I would certainly support that. But I did also want to ask, last time we spoke about this, we talked about reaching out to the Aspen Historical Society, who probably don't have readily available cash, but they may take a great interest in helping you or participating. And they have intellectual resources and manpower to do things like marketing and development and stuff like that. And additionally, I think I also suggested our own library might look for opportunities to participate in one way or another. And I'd just like to hear if that outreach has been done.
Thank you, and thank you for thinking outside the box for us, Greg, and appreciate you coming to the open house also. We've talked to the Historical Society, and they came up for a tour, which we did the tour of the castle when it was available. They have the ability to help us with our documents, with going online, with possibly storing documents and things like that. We didn't talk about any funding or donations, but they are there for us to help us as much as possible. The library, talked to the library, and they're excited about it. At the same time, they have a great spot at the Redstone Inn, which is open, 7 days a week, for people to go in and borrow books. And it's working pretty well, and they restock or come up and change out the books quite frequently. So, but they're certainly open to doing something there if that was if it comes to that. And of course, I've reached out to the castle, as Patty mentioned, a couple times. I think they're into I don't know where they are right now. We're working through our system. They haven't been real open as to where they are and what their time frame is. You probably know as much or more as we do, given their permitting process. But I just wrote a letter last week again asking them to participate on a strong basis, and we would like to participate with them and be partners with them one way or another. So, and we've reached out to some of the a couple of the local wealthier people in the valley. We're not getting a lot of traction, but we do have a glimmer of light on one of those tunnels, and so we're pursuing that. I need to talk to the owners and see they haven't given us a date certain, but they suggested they need to have something done, and they'd like to see probably by the end of, we probably have till the end of spring, beginning of summer, before, if we don't have something concrete to talk to them about, it's probably going to go to the open market, and it'll probably become a second home, and nobody will see it. So, but Greg, thank you for thinking of us and the input you've put in. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
If I could add on to that, Kelly, thank you. Thanks for that, Jeff. I appreciate it. I'm glad you reached out, and I'm hoping that will lead to fruitful relationships with those other organizations. I also just wanted to ask somebody who knows more about this, would be John or Rye. Rye's not there. Is there some way we can do fundraising within that community, like a sales tax just in Redstone, or something that would help support Historical Society in Redstone? Is that something we would consider or do or bring forward? Thanks.
Yeah, Greg, so it's not something that we can do as a county tax initiative, but there are opportunities if the board and community so desired to create special districts. It is a laborious process and does require a vote just like a new tax would, but there are various special district forms that could be used to do that, or the community incorporating and getting its own authority to do those things. I am having some ideas about potentially other sources. I believe we still have some money in escrow from an agreement we executed back in 2017 around the Wexner Land Exchange that had some monies tied to expenditures, and the Crystal is more around acquisition of open space, but there's also a provision we could agree to use some of that differently. I believe some of that is still sitting in escrow, so if the board would like us to explore it, may not be a viable opportunity, but is just trying to look it up here while we're sitting here. We can look into those options also.
Okay, thank you, John. Francie, and I'd love to give maybe 5 more minutes towards this conversation before we have to move on.
Thank you, Kelly. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not there. You don't want me there. I'm just coughing like crazy. Didn't want to make anybody sick, but I'm really happy to see you all there. I am thrilled with Patty and Greg's response, and as you know, I thoroughly support this. I think this is a unique opportunity to preserve some of the past of the Crystal River Valley, which is quite colorful. And if you guys haven't read the book about the Osgoods. I recommend you do that. Something Mountain, I can't remember the name of it. You guys probably know. Anyway, it's a really fun book, and it gives you an idea of the history here. I'm sure there's quite a few books that do, but so I would love us to find a way to help as much as we possibly can, and I will lend my support to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Francie. I have a question. Had we offered our grant writing support to this effort?
so
How is that
there's-
going?
Yeah.
There's been cooperation, and I think that's where, for the historic purposes and such, there's some additional steps to qualify, but we have both DC strategies and
Are they
engaged
only
in-
looking at
Sorry.
national grants, or are they looking at, I pulled up this conservation trust fund, and, it looks enticing, like something to consider. I don't know if energy, mineral, impact fund monies would be relevant, as well. It seems like $350,000 is a closable gap.
The outcome of their preliminary look around, the grant writing group said that the State Historic Fund was probably the best the source
For
for
where
a
we're going now.
significant chunk of money.
Okay. And what did they say about the conservation trust fund?
I don't think they addressed that.
Okay. Well, let's ping them on that, because that could be a decent amount of money based on the very cursory review on my single page and on my laptop right now.
Kelly, if I could
Yes, please.
I talked to Dale, Will, and I talked to Howie, and they directed me to the Hunter Creek project they've got up there. And wow, what a nice video! And I guess they've been pretty successful. But as Howie said, well, we're Red Mountain's backyard, and they are not paupers up there. So
Sure.
they've been raising some money.
It's a nice way to put
I would
it.
like, if you don't mind, give a minute to, if any of you guys have something to say, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course, please.
Yeah, I feel Redstone with its unique history, and it has really done a great job at holding its antiquity and having an actual home that is in its original condition. I mean, you just can't feel that anywhere else to really get a sense of what it was to be there at that time. It is at the entrance of Redstone, the first place you come into, and a great invitation for visitors to come and visit and get information and find out what else is going on in Redstone. So it really supports us as a community of businesses and homeowners that want to share this beautiful spot with folks. So this is just a really great, unique opportunity that feels like an honor to be able to steward.
Thank you.
Thank you guys all so much for your support. It's great to hear. And like Jeff said, we're preaching to the choir, so I don't know that I need to add much other than as much as Jeff shared that we are doing in programming, we want to do so much more. And this would really open up that opportunity to add so much.
And we've been working on some additional efforts on the expansion that we can do from an education standpoint. So we're already working on a plan for the current museum to talk about Indigenous history, or do those installs where we can pull out certain components about the history and have like actual programming where the schools will get more engaged. We also applied for a grant last week that we should hear back from in 6 weeks that will allow us to increase our digital presence so that schools can engage, there can be educational programs and everything. So we're kind of setting ourselves up for that property and how we can support it from a marketing and strategy standpoint.
Okay.
And one other thing, Deb isn't here, Debbie Strom. Many of you know Debbie, and she's our treasurer. She said that people who signed in at the museum, 3,000 when we were open last summer and fall. And so there are many more that didn't, obviously. Sure. And we feel we can garner, of course, more donations, and we have a point of sale there too for some historic cards we've got the rights to sell that the artist we've licensed with us. And Jameson's discovery of all these things are going to result in some opportunities for income for the museum to support itself along with other things. So
Great. Well, we are going to have to wrap up, but I want to coalesce what I'm not sure I totally have a decision that or the direction that I'd like to offer some direction, and I'm not sure who this goes to, I guess, related to
Probably.
looking into the Conservation Trust grant. I've heard some interest in providing a match up to $200,000. I don't know if there are conditions or where that funding is coming from.
Yeah, I just wanted that to be something we look at to do a grant challenge, see if we can get people to say, oh, the county's supporting this financially, and we need to fill that gap, and maybe that'll help with those efforts that you've been pursuing, and maybe I can help a little bit with
I think
one
I
of those
need,
efforts.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would need some direction. Are we talking that the county would expend up to 200,000 for a total of 400,000? Or are we saying the county would expend up to 100,000 for a total of 200,000?
I don't know. I'm seeking
I
that
had
direction
proposed
as well.
200, but we would put up to 200 on that. If you know, but I want to circle back with you, John, and understand. You suggested there may be funds coming from the Wexner deal or something that, so we kind of need to understand that, but I had floated the idea of coming up with a little bit more than half, so they would have to raise 150.
So in the absence of another source, that would take up the full amount that the board had budgeted for these types of capital
Or general fund.
grants. Well, and so the board has so the board has 200,000 in appropriations from the general fund in the current budget for these types of capital requests. Typically, the board spreads them across multiple organizations. So one option is to dedicate those funds. Another option, Patty, I think what you're saying is you can appropriate fund balance for that purpose. And we can look at these other sources. We just aren't prepared to respond to that today.
Kelly, I would like us to look at any opportunities in other sources, but, and I'm comfortable with splitting it at 175, but if, you know, we find a pot of gold somewhere. But yeah, and you get the process started, and I'm really happy to hear about the Historic Society's willingness to help you with your documents, because I think that'll be important in your grant applications.
Absolutely.
And in your listing, so I think that's important.
I would like to go a little further and actually write a letter to the Historical Society requesting their assistance with helping them, you know, close the funding gap. You know, whether that's like lending their donor list or, you know, helping cultivate some sort of fundraising. You know, we support the Historical Society, and it'd be great if they would help partner with us.
You have given us $2,500 just recently for that purpose, which we are holding in a separate account to pursue that.
Right.
And thank you
Yeah.
for that, by the way.
I would like to have a letter drafted that we could have at hand if we found other opportunities, that we wouldn't have to start again with a letter. So maybe we could do that, and we could send it out to other opportunities for funding.
So can I suggest that we schedule an additional work session time to see such a draft letter, have staff come back to us with, you know, further research into the potential funding sources, and maybe some more information about this Conservation Trust Fund grant.
Yeah.
And then we'll revisit and give conclusive direction at that time when we've been able to sort of evaluate a little bit more thoroughly. Yeah,
I
Patty?
also wanted to add too that, now you made me forget. I'll think of it, I'll let you guys know.
Is that okay with everyone, with
Yeah.
that direction I've
you
suggested?
so
Thanks,
much,
Francie.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I
Thank you, guys.
appreciate your,
So I think you have our support. We just are trying to figure out the path and the where and the how and the
Oh,
who.
I know what I was,
Yeah.
real quick. It's with the current owners. I'm hoping that if they see the county jumping on board with support, that they'll work with you on this deadline, and I think they probably will. They just
Well, and I
needed
hope so,
something
and-
to get moving, and
Yes.
that's why you set deadlines.
yeah, no, thank you. And, you know, probably should have done this a little more diligently a year ago, but we were confused. We had a number of people leave, and so we're reorganizing and got a big, stronger and more direct board and some youth to drive it
Even if it's all
forward.
family, we're
Yeah,
okay with
right,
that.
yeah.
Thank you,
Well, thank
guys.
you.
Well, thank you so much.
very
Nice to see you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jameson, go.
Okay, and I'm just gonna sort of anticipate and request board flexibility to possibly go over into lunch if we need to with our next topics. We have 2 citizen board interviews that are scheduled for 15 minutes each. Sometimes these go more quickly, sometimes these don't. So if that's okay with board members to perhaps have a little flexibility if we need to run over a few minutes.
Kelly, I just made you drop off in order to get to the meeting, but I'll stick around as long as I can. Thanks.
And I will move us along efficiently. Okay. All right. Hi, Charlotte. So please introduce the topic.
Okay, so we have a citizen board interview for the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I believe John McBride's first.
John's not here.
Joseph Mason.
Joe is here. All right, sorry about that.
Is John online? Do we have can you check the
Yeah,
participants list, please? Rosa? No? Okay, well, I'm happy for us
Okay.
to start with Joe
Okay.
Mason, but if
We'll
Charlotte, you want to
start
tell
with
us, lay of the land here with P and Z.
Yes, so we have one vacancy because we have a new commissioner.
It's all your fault.
These things happen.
So we're looking at that vacancy left by Jeffrey's appointment to the board. We have 4 applicants. John McBride, Jack Cohen, Jeffrey Orsluk, actually 5, I'm sorry. Richard Lay and Joe Mason. We have 3 renewals, which we are waiting for renewal applications to come in on that. Deadline is February 28th for new and renewing. So I will be bringing those to you when we receive those.
Okay, I have a question. Do we have any known retirements from among the renewal pool?
Not that I'm aware of, but Suzanne.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Patty?
So we're gonna have to renotice for those applications, I mean, those seats that are coming up for renewal, right?
They're the
It's not part of
advertising
this.
has, well, I mean, the advertising has begun for both,
Okay.
so.
So technically, when we interview these 5, 6 people now,
5.
we could consider them if we have somebody who does not want to renew or et cetera?
Correct.
Or to replace a renewing candidate?
Yeah, or to replace.
Yeah.
So we don't have to bring everybody back in necessarily.
Correct.
So is it more accurate to think that we're considering 4 slots with the renewal pool and the?
That's what
Yeah,
I was getting
that's-
at.
Okay, great. Okay, all right, that's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, we would welcome for you to come. Oh, Suzanne, yes.
Just one quick thing. We always try and operate with 7. I think the bylaws allow for up to 9.
Okay.
It's always been, I think, somewhat awkward for us to have 9, but just because the question always comes up, that, again, if we have 7, our quorum is 4. And we mostly are able to make that work. When we go to 8 or 9, our quorum becomes 5.
That's tougher.
And it's always been difficult. So 7 has seemed to be the right number
Sweet
for the
spot.
P and Z. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of that, because that usually is a conversation point. at
That
some
does
point.
come up. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Mason, please join us. And we know we've met you. Nice to
We've
see
met
you.
you before.
You have.
Well, please introduce yourself, explain your interest in planning and zoning, and then we'll do a round robin here of questions by the board members.
I'm Joe Mason. I blame this guy for me being here. I thought, do you want me to give you just some kind of background?
Sure,
I mean,
yes.
I thought I'd give you kind of the, sometimes it's referred to, I'm a PhD economist, and that's just the way I view the world, whether you like it or not. I'm stuck in that. I'm annoying that way. Very annoying,
Good to
depending
know
on who you
thyself.
ask. And so there's something called the economist's view of a buffet. And an economist goes to, I guess Caesar's Palace is supposed to have the most extensive buffet in the world. I don't know, I've never been. But how does an economist approach that buffet? And the answer is 3 plates. The first plate, you're there to get fed. You need something to eat. And so you need some nutrition. Second plate is you pick some of your favorites after you go back and you have room. And then if you have room after that, you might try something new that you've never had before, because it's a really good buffet and they have everything. So in terms of nutrition, the way I think about this is need somebody for planning and zoning. I blame Jeffrey for a lot. I'm currently undergoing a personal remodel in the Valley. He's my architect. Okay. But he introduced me to a lot of aspects of planning and zoning. Somehow I fell into that and ended up being reluctant to run, but ran for a district planning commission membership at the Woody Creek Caucus. And I told them I really didn't want to serve, but they brought me on board anyway. And I hope that you perceive that there's been a bit more relevance and quality to comments on land use applications that you've gotten from the Woody Creek Caucus. And I won't take personal responsibility for that, but I feel that we're reinvigorating the caucus and hopefully adding some value to what you see come across. Of course, those comments all aren't land use. Sometimes they're caucus positions, what we wish land use code was. But it's forced me to get into the land use code, which Jeffrey has helped me do, and shown me the resources, and through the master plan revisions and overlay that we're preparing at the Woody Creek Caucus, I've actually gotten at least one more member to read the land use code. Maybe two. We'll find out today. Good job. But it's been kind of fun to get everybody more engaged and to pass along the resources I've been provided. In terms of your favorites, I think these are your favorites. I'm a professional. I'm a PhD economist. That's what I do for a living. I'm an economic consultant. I'm familiar with local issues. I've been here about 15 years. I've seen a lot. But also, I was raised in the West. When I was a teenager, my family moved me to Phoenix. This is not the Phoenix you know today. Nowhere close. We were faced with the issues of the tourism economy, the locals versus well, there weren't any really non-locals, but people claimed to be, and there were a few natives in there, native-born people. But yeah, those issues came to gel, and looking at their growth, which in some ways has nothing to do with the Valley because they are so huge today. But in some ways it does. They got some things right. A friend of mine just visited recently, did a little mountain biking, and I was reminded how they, unlike Los Angeles, they sought to preserve the mountains and only allowed buildings a portion of the way up the mountain. Then you had to cut it off and conserve the rest for hiking trails, biking trails. Some just nothing. I mean, you can go in there if you want, but there's no organized trails. And it really has turned into a wonderful resource in the Valley. On sort of the failure side, they take a lot of water out of the Colorado, and I was there when they built the Salt River project, the big canals, which are far deeper than they appear on the surface, let me tell you. And they move a lot to the Valley, but that's what they've had to do for their water resource needs. In terms of something new, again, I'm a PhD economist. I have a weird way of looking at the world. Weird to many people. I hope it makes sense to you. The point, though, is to add new dimensions to the discussion, to increase the quality of the debate, to not hold anything dear to. I mean, I'm human. I'm going to have my biases on certain positions. I admit. I tried, however, to just look at things 360, to see the business side of things. Before I moved to Arizona, this is part of how I got interested in economics. I lived outside Chicago. I was a little kid. My father was a businessman, and we'd drive around and he'd explain what each refinery, each chemical plant, each steel mill does on the inside and what all the supporting industries did. Then I moved to this service economy out in Phoenix. I'm like, where's the tangible output? And yet this works somehow. That's what really got me interested in what drives not only the economy, but the businesses behind the economy. And those motivations of those businesses can be multifaceted. And Pitkin County interacts with many such businesses in many different ways. And it's important to recognize how some of those businesses have your interests aligned and maybe do currently, but may not in the future, and to watch for changes and stay flexible. So that's what I can offer.
I appreciate the storytelling. It's such a nice way to meet a person, so thank you. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, great. Joe, thanks for coming in, and Jeffrey, thanks for prodding Joe to come in. As I think I've said before to Joe and others, is I kind of wish we had an economist on speed dial, and maybe this is an opportunity. And so I'd love to talk to you more about all that, not necessarily regarding P&Z, but certainly there would be opportunities there. I thank you for already, I think I've seen that influence on the Woody Creek Caucus's dispatches to us, and I think you've already had a positive effect. I keep asking the question because there was a time when Woody Creek Caucus actually did not have any sort of a position on home size, and I think I've seen that more recently, and maybe I don't know how long ago it's been, but if that's been one of your due to your influence there, thank you for that. So anyway, thanks for this. Of course, I want to ask you, as an economist, things about, the TDR program is something we've discussed before, or maybe our housing program, which extends us beyond Woody Creek and maybe beyond P&Z. But anyway, I just want to say I'm enthusiastic that you've come in, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. I'll go to Francie, and then we'll go around the table here.
Thank you, Kelly. Hi, Joe. Thanks so much for coming in. You definitely have preceded this application with some interesting letters to the board. I was wondering what in the world has happened in Woody Creek. These are really different responses to issues. I was like, they must have hired somebody. So you gave yourself away before you came in. I just want to thank you for applying. It's a very demanding position. I don't know if you're aware. It's unlike many of other municipality or county volunteer boards. It's very demanding. And so I hope you're up for it. It takes quite a bit of time. The packets are extensive, and the opinion of this board means a lot to the BoCC. So I just want to impress the weightiness of this volunteer position. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie.
Absolutely, and thank you for pointing that out. I have had discussions with former members of the board about the time commitment and expectations. And yes, I realize those are not inconsequential, but I look forward to serving the Valley. That's really what this is about.
Great, thank you. Patty or Jeffrey?
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you again. We had a nice slippery hike back from a site visit together. I thought the last time we talked with you, we were looking at FAB, the Financial Advisory Board.
Well, he applied for APSHA, but that's
But
what
I
we
think, I
recommend.
know, but as part of that discussion, I think we were talking, did you ever look into that?
I don't recall the Financial Advisory Board, no.
I think that board may have all positions filled.
Okay.
I'll have to double
All
check.
right, well, I want to, remember our goal was to keep you somewhere.
That wouldn't be averse.
So yeah, again, it's nice to see you. I appreciate, I sat on P&Z and had to fill my vacancy when I got elected to the board. I don't think it was as tough as filling Jeffrey's position on P&Z, but P&Z is packet time consuming, because the packets are very extensive, but I know you like to get into those things. So yeah, we have a lot of candidates, but it's kind of nice to have a different perspective, so I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I've seen some of those packets at the Woody Creek Caucus where, they're 300 to 500 pages, and that's just the most recent packet. I've noted that sometimes it's necessary to go back to prior decisions to fill in gaps in what we're seeing in the
Right,
previous.
and
that's
only
it's not
Woody
even
Creek.
limited to what
When
you
you
see
have
before.
packets coming from other parts of the county, That 500 looks easy. So just to let you know. But thank you. It's good to see
And
you.
these historical applications that go back in 25, 30, 40, 50 years of history of the property can get quite complex.
Oh, yeah. It's fun that way.
It's a fun puzzle.
Yeah, thanks.
How do you think so? Jeffrey, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. Thank you for joining us. There's a competition in the room that Joe didn't point it out as well, because Jennifer, his wife, also serves on an appointed committee. She is on the grants committee. So I think there's a little family competition here.
I think she won. She already got
So,
appointed.
there's two parts to the role. There's caseload, and there's long-term strategic. And I think Joe would bring value to both. So the current caseload, Joe would represent a viewpoint from outside the urban growth boundary. Right now we have a board that is largely sort of inside the urban growth boundary. It's sort of a very Aspen-centric board. There's no builders and there's no architects left on the board as well. So I think you'd bring a unique perspective, if you will, both to the caseload, given your work on the caucus and the advisory there, but also in the 2050 planning in terms of what do we want this community to look like. So the caseload, I think you've gotten a little bit of taste in from the Woody Creek Caucus, but sort of the future visioning and the 2050 planning. I don't know if you're hanging out today, but we have not our economist, but our strategic person. You and I have shared conversations about demographics and changes in the valley. So I think you would enjoy that work as well as the caseload work, given the 2050 process the county's currently undertaking. So thank you for applying.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank you all for the tri-county funding of the Early Childhood Development Program. This is a three-county area, and Jeffrey and I have had discussions about demographics and how to isolate the demographics of the relevant portions of the other two counties, which is difficult to pull in with census tract data, but to me, it's an important piece of the puzzle to figure out what our economic footprint is in this overall tri-county area.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great.
Okay. Well,
Thank
we,
you.
as you
Nice
know,
to
you
see
are the first of our 5 interviews scheduled, so it might be a couple of weeks before we have decided, but we're so appreciative, and it's just great to see you. Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
thank you for putting up with Jeffrey as your architect. You probably learned code inside and out.
Yes, you seem very prepared.
Well,
He's
I'm
very good at that.
deeply grateful to him right now because we did hit a little snafu with county, but he already built everything in. So they just have to confirm that it's in, which is nice. Yeah, thank you, Jeffrey. The other Jeffrey from your other side.
We both, but going back to business, we both have like Elizabeth Garner T-shirts. Like,
Oh, she's awesome.
right? We're both like geeks for the demographics. Let's just say it. You know.
Like big Elizabeth Garner stuff
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah.
But she's not there anymore. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. And do we know if John O. McBride has joined us in any way?
I'm not seeing him.
He's
I'll have to
probably
follow
up there on the mountain.
and
Okay.
see
well,
if we can reschedule.
We will reschedule. No,
Right.
things happen. Okay. And I will, before we go to a lunch break, I do just want to check in with the board. It looks like we forgot to put future agendas on the agenda. That's my fault for not thoroughly vetting the agenda. And I'm going to suggest that I cut the APSHA presentation, which won't be hard to do, down to 45 minutes, and that we schedule future agendas at 1:45.
Do we need to
Does that work for everybody?
notice that though? I don't know.
For a work session, no, it's not a.
Okay, let's just
it's
make
not-
sure, but I know that Jeanette printed hard copies out for us, who were in the room, so we could have something to discuss.
Okay, and I will, hey Charlotte, can you have future agenda, or I'll email Sam. I'll have Sam email Francie and Greg.
Oh, I
think
she has.
Okay, great, thank you.
With the
Okay,
copies.
and with that, we are gonna take a lunch break and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, everyone. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you.
welcome back everyone to the Picken Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 11th. And can we check and see if Commissioner Francie Jacober is online, please? Greg Poshman is en route on the bus. All right, Francie, if you want to come back and join us here. And then we have Patty Clapper here in the room, myself, and Jeffrey Woodruff. And we are going to move into our discussion of APSHA Director and Staff update. And for Jeffrey's benefit, as our new commissioner, we started doing quarterly updates with the BoCC to align with an effort that the APSHA board members on the city council started doing to sort of do a check-in and have a little bit more robust conversation about what APSHA is up to and any policy discussions that we either want to respond to from APSHA or that we either want to bring forward for APSHA's consideration, with a couple of goals at hand. You know, as you may know, we do board reports where we all report out on the variety of boards that we're appointed to, but the APSHA conversation's always... Oh, Zoom froze. Something froze, so we're gonna wait until our tech issues are resolved. Andorra, are you okay? What's over? The cameras look frozen over here.
It looks good to me.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, and I can hear you. And
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Well, we'll keep going then.
The APSHA camp, I mean,
yeah,
the
you're
cameras.
not moving in that room. We can hear you, but
Yeah, it's frozen.
nobody's moving.
So we might restart. Do you want to put us on break again?
Okay, we're gonna go on break again and restart. We'll be back in 2 minutes. right. Hi, everybody. We're back. Francie, Rich, sorry. Thank you. And to members of the public, thank you for your patience. We had some technical difficulties, and we're resuming our work session of the Pickens County BoCC on February 11th. We're going to discuss APSHA. We do a quarterly update for the board, and this is time where your APSHA board reps, which are Francie and I, and APSHA staff, Matthew Gillen, the executive director of APSHA, can bring information to the BoCC and also receive information from the BoCC relative to what you're hearing or policy ideas that you'd like for the APSHA board to contemplate. How Matthew and I have discussed using the time today is to share the preparation that is taking place for the APSHA board's strategic planning retreat that is taking place next Thursday. And so to that end, we have hired John Doherty to be our facilitator for this strategic plan process. We are updating the strategic plan, which was last done in 2020. It was actually a quite successful online strategic planning session with Stephanie Zaza, if y'all remember her. She was lovely. And, you know, we've been operating under that strategic plan for the last 5 years. And so part of our IGA requires that we revisit and readopt and update the strategic plan every 5 years. And so we are undertaking that work. And I'm going to walk through some of the slides relative to the work that has been done so far and how John Doherty is helping us prepare for this. And it would be just fantastic if the board wanted to react or give some input that you would really like either us to consider or hone in on as the APSHA board plans to meet next Thursday. Does that all sound good to everybody? And just a reminder, we are going to wrap up a little bit earlier than what the schedule says, either 1:45, 1:50, to do our future agendas, which I forgot to slate time for on our work session today, and we do every Tuesday. Okay, so with that, I'm going to open up these slides. I should have had this up and ready to go. Here we go. And share my screen. Okay. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Okay. So this was a presentation that we received at the APSHA board meeting last week as well. And I will interrupt or invite you all. Matthew, feel free to jump in and add any additional information or color. And board members, feel free to raise your hand as we move along and we'll discuss. So the strategic planning deliverable, as I said, 5-year community-informed strategic plan grounded in purpose, values, mission, and vision. And so our current plan does include a mission statement and vision statement. We will revisit whether those continue to be the right ones or if we want to update them. 4 to 5 value statements, goals, and measurable, we call these the SMART strategies: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. And that's a best practice for all boards. Here's our process. So there was a survey that had been put out earlier this year and starting the end of last year, which was, widely publicized in the newspapers. We talked about it here. I got some feedback from other board members. And so I'm going to cover some of the data that we received from those surveys that John has put together on our behalf. And then we'll have our board feedback. Well, we got APSHA board feedback. We'll have our board feedback next week on Tuesday and Wednesday. There are listening sessions that the community can take advantage of. Matthew has passed out these posters for that, these flyers for that. And, I think, it's come up with, in our discussions, we don't think APSHA has ever done anything like this, where it's had such a forward-facing invitation to the community to access it and give its feedback directly in these type of community forums. And so, this would be a great thing to help us inform our strategic plan, and hopefully they go well, and we consider continuing to do them in the future. All right, and then we'll have our retreat next week, and then we'll update and adopt our new strategic plan next month. This is the current mission and vision. I think it would be great if the board took a minute to read over it and see if you think it still makes sense, if there's elements of it that are missing. I think John Doherty has made some kind of recommended things for us to consider that I'll go through in the slides as well, but I'll just give you all a minute to look at this.
Especially like the vision.
Some of these things have a little bit of Skippy's presence in them, undoubtedly, when he was on the board.
Can you go back? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, John. Sorry.
Unless
Greg.
it's on here. Is it on here? No. I just wanted to go through the top one again. Right, thanks.
Okay. These are the values that the APSHA board, has honed in on. There's a lot, but I don't think too many for a normal strategic plan. We might be on the sort of farther edge of this being too many, but something we can talk about. So public trust, quality service, transparency, accountability, efficiency and effectiveness, equity and innovation. And, as we have discussed, as we wrestle with rules in APSHA, there are always tensions between these values, that, sometimes equity comes at the expense of effectiveness and efficiency. Move forward. These are some of the considerations that John Doherty pulled out for us to contemplate as we are thinking again about this mission and vision. And, some of the things that I think he has recognized that there's tensions in the community about how APSHA is perceived in our role. So, there's always this tension we have relative to workforce versus community housing. About our mission being, what is it that we do exactly, and versus what is it we don't do. There's still ongoing confusion about APSHA being a developer, which it's not. And then he also called out that some of these, the mission and vision doesn't always speak to some of the other things that affordable housing interacts with in terms of policy and, community development, zoning, transportation, economic mobility of individuals. Keep going. All right, so 291 people responded to the questionnaire. I will personally say when we do our county surveys, we usually get between 500 and 600 responses, which is considered to be a statistically valid study. I can't remember if we looked at whether this was statistically valid or invalid. It's still quite high, I think, for an agency. I mean, the county is going to get 500 to 600 back in a biannual survey, and getting almost 300 is pretty good. Arguably, APSHA is probably not as high profile or on top of mind like city and county would be, but it's pretty high up there in the community. Yes.
I'd like to just suggest that our community consistently says that affordable housing is right up at the top of our priorities, along next to open space. So I kind of think I'd expect more people to weigh in this. I'm disappointed in those numbers, I have to say. I think this is it's not your statistical sample that we normally take. That's true. It's maybe 3/4 or less of what a statistical sample should be. But I'm just kind of concerned that, boy, if this is the most important thing to the community, why don't we have more people weighing in? Just a question. I don't have an answer, just a question and an observation.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. These are some of the responses relative to, if you want to remember how John sort of quantified how these made it onto the slide, that would be helpful because I don't recall. Ooh, are we doing okay?
We're in a calendar.
I don't know. Someone
Something got lost.
trying to get in.
I just love technology.
There we go.
Okay.
Should be good.
All righty. Someone's hacking
I love
our
Rosa,
APSHA
who can
presentation.
figure it out for
That's how they feel about APSHA. No. Okay. I won't read through all of these, but this is, a lot of these are things that we hear.
And on there you see some of the tensions, enables multi-generational families to stay, as well as provides foothold for newcomers. Those are very difficult for both of those things to be correct, for example. And John went through the raw data and, used his expertise to pull out the themes.
Yes, that would be a good way to say this. These are the themes that he thought emerged from the data. And then in the survey questions, they asked for what our top priorities for the next 5 years. Being on the APSHA board, to me, it's not a huge surprise that there's not like obvious coalescence around 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 things. We always get disparate feedback about APSHA, and so some of this illustrates this here. From the top, we need to increase the number of properties, to the very bottom on the list that says dissolve and release all deed restrictions. Therein lies a good summary of the tension of how APSHA functions.
So one negates the last one and the last one negates the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Desired outcomes in the next 5 years, our occupancy and compliance dashboard, the units that are in disrepair, having, more, I think, disclosure about those, new funding sources, no lawsuits or lawyers, that would be great. Minimal vacancy, the alignment of the program with the data-informed need, increasing the number of HOAs with adequate funds, positive community owner and renter feedback, consolidation of Snowmass and APSHA programs. They function under different rules and requirements. They're not one and the same. No net loss of existing supply from expiring deed restrictions. Conversion of current owned housing to rental housing as owners leave, increase the percent of credit to homeowner for for capital improvements, adequate amount of housing for employees, an overhaul of the system. All deed restrictions are released, prioritization of program participants to essential workforce over the hospitality and tourism industry. People with second homes are no longer in APSHA housing, improved functionality of home track, and increased options for dog owners. So some of these are very high level and some of these are very, very narrowly focused. I don't think I'm going to read through all
It's a
these
good
again,
list, though,
but
yeah.
I'll have you all skim some of these things. But you can see these sort of address some of the values that we talked about before. I mean, transparency, public trust, quality. Okay, current performance on our current values. So along the left here are the current values that we glanced at before. Public trust, quality service, transparency, accountability, efficiency and effectiveness, equity and innovation. you know, I'm personally pleased on the board that we were scored at the highest satisfactory level for public trust. I think that this, if we had one-to-one examples from 5 years ago to now, I think that this is an improvement. And we've taken great pains great efforts, I think, at the APSHA board and APSHA staff to try and generate that. You know, with that, these numbers are not exceedingly high. They are also not exceedingly low. I mean, if you recall, the trust in government and feedback we've gotten even for our performance at this board is right in this sphere as well. So, you know, I'd be curious as to your reactions to the performance related to our values and which ones are kind of more important to you all. Thoughts?
I'll share. I think certainly it's great that public trust is the highest of that lot. Efficiency and effectiveness, second highest. Transparency is up there, but not the highest. To me, those are the ones that are popping out that are most important to me. I can think anything that is as complex as this and as essential for people's lives, food, shelter, clothing, it's going to be fraught with concern. It's a high concern issue for people, so it's going to be pretty hard to be perfect at it because it's so complicated. I'm not surprised by these numbers, but I also think that it just comes with the territory. I can't imagine them getting a lot higher. It'd be nice if we could bring them up, but I just don't know how.
Okay. Well, if you have some ideas that we should, or what we should, it sounds like transparency and effectiveness is what you would
Public trust, yeah,
these.
yeah.
I think we're communicating more than we ever have. You know, this does show that we probably need to keep it up and keep doing more, but certainly compared with when I came on board 3 years ago, we're doing more than ever before.
Right. It's the right direction.
Yeah, the monthly column, the website, the newsletter, these forums we're having, the ones we did with people of retirement age back in December. So, you know, I think we're doing more than ever before, but this shows the importance of that.
No, I totally agree. I mean, APSHA's presence in the community was generally decided by the newspaper, you know, so it's better to tell our story. Francie, go ahead.
Thanks, Kelly. Hey, I just wanted to point out that with the excellent and satisfactory together, when you put those together, it actually comes out pretty high for some of these categories. And at first, I didn't really notice that. I didn't really put them together, you know? And so when you do that, it looks like most of them are over 50%. And I think that's pretty good. I think the equity one is really important that we got pretty high marks on that. I mean, it looks, when you see 33% satisfactory, that looks really low. But if you add in the excellent on that, it comes out a lot better. So I think this is pretty good. It would be great if it were better. But I don't know. There's just so many people who are looking for things to be unhappy about in and outside of APSHA that I don't know if it's attainable. Thank you.
Thanks, Francie. Appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to thanks, Francie, for pointing that out. I wasn't looking at the chart beyond that, and you're completely right. Satisfactory and excellent could be in the same category, and we're comparing them to unsatisfactory and concerning, which could be in the same category. You could have 2 bars on each graph, really, and it might give us a clearer idea that, you know, of the direction you're headed in.
Okay, so these are our work plan. Well, how our strategic plan and our work plan comes together. And so organizational excellence, improving governance and operational infrastructure, and the success of Home Track. ensuring the financial and housing stock well-being, such as the capital reserves policy, assuring the integrity of the social compact with the community and our residents, increasing clarity of eligibility and rights, aligning deed restrictions to convey expectations and responsibilities, earning and maintaining the public trust, and applying housing expertise to help build community for optimizing occupancy and formalizing a plan of participation in regional housing issues. Some of these I think that last one's a little dated based on the focus of the current board, but nonetheless, this was some of the feedback that, you know, we've gotten. I think that, you know, I think Home Trek, while always a work in progress, has provided people with a more streamlined way to apply for things that is much improved from the past. And we've heard some feedback, you know, from folks, particularly if you're trying to like bid up multiple things at once, you know, some of the challenges with doing that. But you know, that's an investment that has been good, and I think will continue to, you know, improve upon, and is essential really in this online world that we live in now. Are a bit of my takeaways on some of that. Anyone have any reactions, or we'll keep going? Okay. So these are some of the comments that John wanted to pull out for our attention. Harassment of owners is problematic and with no accountability. I don't know if you want to, I don't remember what he was talking about of this specifically.
I think
harassment
you know,
is.
sometimes when we ask them for documents and they don't
Oh,
like
yes.
it, they kind of interpret that as harassment. But we
Yes.
are, you know, making sure the people benefiting from the taxpayer dollar, the people, you know, you guys want to be benefiting, and that's what we're doing. But we do get that complaint fairly often that people don't like it when we ask them for documents.
Yes, and that is the tension I'd point out between the values that we have for being effective and accountable, and also, you know, providing good service that people see. I will note, you know, we are going to be asking for even more documents from people as we continue to ramp up our compliance programs. You know, the ownership will be, affidavit will now request tax returns,
Right.
right? To really demonstrate that people are working their 1,500 hours in Pickens County, and that they're earning 75% of their income from work in Pickens County, which is one of the core principles of the APSHA program.
And since the board met on Wednesday, we have actually taken away the payment to be part of a lottery. We saw that one. We're like, oh, we can do that right now. The flip side is we may have to increase the overall application fee, but it will be less annoying to pay one fee once rather than every time you do the lottery.
What is it, $5 now every time you want to?
I can't remember. Bethany took care of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the current application fee is $50, which is way too low.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk to you about that.
Okay.
Can I ask
Yes,
a question?
go ahead.
And I apologize, I should know the answer. So if I've applied 10 times, been in the lottery 10 times, and haven't won, did we talked about this before, that you get credit, kind of like you have, if you lived here X amount of years, you get this many chances? We were going to look at that for people who just apply, and get nowhere.
Currently, it is still, the number of chances is still based on how long you've lived here. We haven't done anything on that you've played the lottery so many times.
I thought we had talked about that. Maybe that's just something to
Yeah.
put on the list of looking at, because it's frustrating for people.
Yeah.
My son, they weren't in this lottery, but it was their last time. They said, we're not doing this again. We've been in it, and they won their last time.
Oh, great.
So thank God for
So
that.
they were right. I'm never doing this again.
I'm never doing it again. They won. Bingo.
If I remember correctly from the last data presentation, the average lottery winner has lived here about 14 years, so it takes a while. I mean,
But if you've applied, some people apply once here and once here. Some people apply
Right.
a lot, and I think
Right.
they should be given credit for that college try. So
Even if they're not paying to try now, they can just ding 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 all the times
no.
they want.
Just the fact that they just have to go through the application process over and over and over and over again.
So,
Yes,
Francie
Greg.
has her hand up.
Oh, sorry.
You can go to her first.
Okay,
I want
Francie?
to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna respond to what Patty said. Like, when you apply to go down the Grand Canyon, you do get credit for the number of times you've applied. And they put your name in, let's say you've applied 3 times. So they put your name in the lottery twice instead of once, or at least they used to. I'm assuming they still do. And so that's a pretty easy way to do it. If you have a certain number of attempts, you just increase the number of days or times you appear in the lottery. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd just like it to be something to be thought about in the future.
And while we're looking at just thinking, does that mean then in order to get the best advantage of the system, you have to apply for everything that comes along, whether you want it or not?
That's a really good question.
Well, but some things you're not qualified to apply for.
Well, you can't. Yeah, for those you can't. And then if you do apply and then you turn it down, what happens?
Well, I don't know. That's part of the conversation.
Well,
we
it
need to have.
depends. If you at a certain point, if you've entered into a contract with APSHA, I mean, you're paying 2% to APSHA for for managing your contract and managing your closing. So withdrawing from a contract has consequences.
Or, I mean, just withdrawing from, say, a lottery.
But not from a lottery. If you never sign paperwork or entered
Yeah, but
into
if
a
you
contract
won the
on it.
lottery and refused it, but that's something to be part of the
Something to
conversation.
think about.
How you're going to address it, rather than just accusing everybody of scamming the system.
I wanted to also ask, because it's so complex and it's been going on for so long, there hasn't been a standard, or perhaps there is a standard agreement, contract, letter of intent, and a working agreement between the buyers and APSHA or the buyers in the community that outlines the expectations. And I'm sure that's changed over the years, but is that robust enough now so that people understand they're entering into a contract? This isn't a free market fee simple home they're buying. It is a partnership. They're married to APSHA.
Right.
As partners in a piece of property, and I think a lot of the things I see here, we should go through every one of these complaints and try to improve on it, of course. But some of this about harassment and why don't you just leave me alone? It's like, well, wait a minute, we're married. This is a relationship, and do people remember that?
I don't think they do. We've hired a consultant this year to process map our entire sales process to make that better. And as part of building off that, I want the documents given during the sales process to look a lot nicer, including either a letter or a nice glossy brochure outlining exactly what you said. You're part of this. These are your responsibilities. Congratulations, but part of that is your responsibilities as well. So I'm looking at that whole aspect.
Right, as a partnership agreement of sorts. Yeah.
And we do call it out in our strategic plan under the phrase social compact, which may not be illustrative enough for what you're trying to achieve, but that's sort of the spirit of that language. I mean, I'll call out just on this slide, something that I just sort of keep throwing in there whenever I can is, I think it would really be great if APSHA had a full staffing analysis, similarly to what the sheriff's office has done and what we've done in other departments relative to how many people do you really need and what positions do they need to be in for this to really be a healthy functioning organization? Because it's just historically have kind of been piecemeal, right? And Matthew comes and says, I think we have need for this type of position. We accept it or we deny it. We've been supportive. The city has added more staff to support APSHA. But I think it would be really helpful just to do we need more legal, on staff? Do we need more compliance, or do we need more qualifications staff? Do we need more property management staff? Those are things that I've just always thought we should have a better staffing assessment for APSHA to understand and be strategic about that. Yeah.
I want to just tag on to when you brought up more legal on staff. I just think it would be probably a good idea if APSHA staff ran more things through the current legal counsel because of what just happened at Smuggler. It was not a great situation, and it cost the homeowners association some money to hire our own counsel. So I think in the
Yeah,
future, we
yeah.
can learn from mistakes and move forward.
Right.
So that could have been vetted prior to the issue happening. So we can work on
It
it.
was, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was a process, yeah.
All right, I'm going to keep going. This is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just wanted to say, so we ought to, stay focused on all those complaints, because there are some legitimate complaints,
Right.
clearly, and it'd be nice to be able to keep working toward it. I wanted to just share very quickly, I've had a few people call me who are in APSHA, who are being, in their words, thrown out because they no longer met the qualifications. I think one spouse started picking up work outside of Pickens County, and after being in their home for 20 plus years, they were told they didn't qualify anymore. And maybe that was the result of a lack of communication throughout the whole process. Perhaps they didn't qualify from the beginning or 10 years ago. We don't know. But of course, there's a lot of sour grapes if you've raised your kids in a house and all of a sudden you're told you can't live there anymore, that you thought you paid for. So that's once again back to that agreement, and just the clarity about, no, you can't sell it to your kid, or if you can, what are how can you to do it? Those things just keep coming up, and maybe only rarely, but of course it's emotionally a minefield. Imagine, once again, it's your home and you're told you can't have it anymore. And then I think I wanted to clarify, it seems like number of years, you're saying 14, which is great. I thought I saw something that just said, if the lottery becomes completely open to anyone, regardless of how long they've been, or, if a short-termer comes in and gets it before a long-termer who's been trying for years, of course, there's another sour grapes situation, and we're trying to keep longevity in the community. So I'm just wondering what your perspective is on that. We could talk about it sometime. If we can move on if you want, but those are just the things on my mind. Is there's a sense of unfairness, or why me? Or, it's a hard thing. Hey, these are people's lives and homes. I don't know if that was very clear.
I think we can definitely keep improving our communication particularly with owners at the point of sale on what owning an APSHA property actually means.
Right.
I think that's a very valid
Well, I remember I was years ago I was thinking of acquiring a piece of property with a girlfriend, and or something. It was, I don't even remember. It's been so long, but she said, well, marriage is just a property agreement. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cynical. But a property agreement is a marriage in this case. We're very similar. So I think that's worth making sure people understand that.
Yes, agreed. And, I just want to address, some of the, there's the word harassment, and APSHA employees have a bad attitude. I think Matthew has a long history of customer service in difficult situations, and leads the organization with his own demeanor in a positive way. It's a challenging organization, and we've talked about this before. It's a tension between a social service provider, and like a regulator, in a way. And there's a lot of tension there. We've had issues of staff harassment and needing to, close down the office and restrict office hours, and have people who have to be escorted for appointments. And, it's just, it can be a challenging environment for the staff to work in, because of just the type of work. I don't think that excuses poor customer service or bad attitudes, but, and I trust Matthew has all that under control. But, I do just want to call that out. It is a real tension in the organization, and it can be a very tricky line.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree, and you're truly a diplomat. You have to be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so these are some of the things the feedback from the survey, some of the stories we've heard as to why people consider APSHA to be so important in the community. I don't think we need to spend a ton of time on this, but it does, and as we've heard from others before, when you go around the state and the country, I mean, people are trying to learn from what we've been learning from for the past 40 years and catch up, frankly. I want to move forward a little bit. So this is some of the, since we just have a few minutes left, this is what John has proposed, how we kind of move into the next rendition of the strategic plan. And so part of what we'll be contemplating, the mission and vision are still what they are. They may have been wordsmithed a little bit, but the goals he's proposing to make fewer of them and bucket them a little bit differently. So compliance, quality, community, and leadership. Yes, Jeffrey.
You can table this one, but what was the success or failure of the right sizing program?
The right sizing program was not a success. We had a couple, but we anticipated more than that. But we are going to bring to the board at the next meeting some suggestions to loosen up the criteria, reflecting the board's wishes. So we're going to, keep chugging along on that, trying to make it easy for people to work. But I think that was a deliberate strategy, was to test the waters and not open it up straight away. But now we know that we need to loosen it up a little bit, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
And then the follow-on question is, as much as I love business school acronyms in terms of goals, I find SMART vile because vile's the wrong word. It's not the right way to run an organization. There's risks to organization, and risks is another way to run an organization. So everything I've seen here seems really rosy. Nothing could go wrong. APSH is perfect. So I'd love to see a slide on risks to the overall program as well. And that's informed by demographics. And so then, the next meeting after this is demographic shifts and state demographer and all the sort of forces at play of changing aging population, more diverse. I'm missing all that and I was one of the folks that took your survey. So I'm not seeing that show up in the after report, I guess.
Well, that's super helpful for us to contemplate going into the strategic discussion.
Sorry about the vile word.
What? I was looking for it in there. What am I looking at?
No, we talked about it at the beginning. I do.
Oh,
let me
God,
just
okay.
Yeah, no,
prod
it's
a
not- it
little bit,
wasn't-
because
it
this
wasn't
is
supposed
the
to be
type
a-
of feedback that would be helpful for me to say.
Yeah.
The BoCC wants to know, like, if we don't change anything in this program,
Yeah.
Does it look healthy in 20 years? Does it not look
Right.
healthy in 20 years? Is that what you're, like, what elements of that risk would you hope we contemplate?
I mean, I'd love for a copy of this and then give you a more
Yeah.
concerted
Great.
feedback of the presentation. But I think, again, SMART seems like a startup, right? The measurable stuff. But you're a mature organization and there's risks to the way you're doing business. And that includes changes in the population, changes in the demographics, changes to the workforce. And so how are you thinking differently given the change in who you're serving? And so that's what I'm looking for. And I think again, the survey is too sort of inward focusing. And again, it even answered some of the questions for the applicant. We don't build housing. And I'm like, no, that's not a survey. That's vetting the answer already inside the survey. So I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does, and I think it's really helpful. I think it shows up probably less explicitly than you're calling out. Like, where we get feedback where it says, we should be housing essential workforce, not tourism workers.
Yeah.
Like, that sort of is getting at what is the risk of the program if we're housing certain people and not other people. And anyway.
And sorry, maybe I'm picking on the framework, but it's like I would rather see a slide that says, hey, we're just like Jim Collins. We want to be the best at this. We're passionate about this. And it drives our economic engine, right? That's Jim Collins. That's not the way this reads. And this reads almost defensively in terms of feedback from survey participants. So
If I can pile on.
Sorry.
Pile on.
It's APSHA,
if I
pile
may.
on.
Just like I was thinking, did Doherty write this? Because I correspond with him a lot, and I was looking at goals, compliance, the compliance, it's like, okay, the title of that is compliance, but then it's kind of an oblique way of talking about compliance in this, the description. And I'm just wondering if we could be more straightforward with addressing the goals. That's the one that stands out to me. And I just thought,
So
I
you'd
bet
say,
John wrote
would you
that.
say it more like, only those who are qualified
Well,
to
what
live
does
at
it mean?
APSHA live at APSHA?
Let's
you know?
talk about what compliance really means. And this is a way of kind of dancing around it politely, but it's like, let's be clearer.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Kelly said it, right? It's like, if this is the program that everyone else in the nation's looking at, then what are those key values and attributes of the program that everyone else is looking at? And how do we enforce those and sort of turn those negative responses around, because we're really focused on these attributes of the program? I don't get that from this presentation. So, and I'm the new guy here, so.
Well, no, yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And if I did want to say, when you keep talking about we are probably the oldest and most experienced at this point in the nation, which is fantastic, and most successful in that regard too. So we have a lot to congratulate ourselves and our program for, and you for managing it. Whenever other communities call and ask me about affordable housing, I say, please come and look and learn from us. We've made the mistakes that haven't even occurred to you yet. And I think that would be so valuable to be able to share that. It's like, hey, the reason we're doing it is this, and this is what we may have done before. The history of, mistakes are made and corrected, and we move on. Other communities hasn't even occurred to them what could possibly go wrong yet, and that's where we could be very useful and helpful. So,
Well, I think of it as trade-offs more than mistakes.
Right.
well,
right?
sometimes there are mistakes.
Yeah, sometimes there are.
I can share the ones the other communities shared with me that they made. It's like, hey, we built all this housing and then we gave it to the people, and then they changed jobs, but they still owned the houses, and and it was like, oh, we have to start over again, but we spent all our money, or we lost the asset, or so there are. I think there's a lot of value, a lot of knowledge here, great knowledge base for us as well. And if we look at it, maybe it'll help us inform ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna, let's see, there we go. So this is the last slide. It gives a little more picture to the strategies around the 4 goals that John has recommended. And this, I think, is what is gonna serve the basis of the full conversation we have next Thursday. And so, I will share these out with you all. Happy to get more info from you. And then just, what are we getting right here? What are we getting wrong? What do we need to be focused on? If you're not seeing it here, that would be valuable information to have.
If I could, one last thing. Since the economist walked back into the room a few minutes ago, I was just thinking to have a real understanding of the economic consequences of getting involved in a situation like this, because as we said, and I've already said, it's not the same as a fee simple ownership of a home and building equity in an asset. It's not the same thing, and I'm wondering if there's an economic component or educational aspect to this that could be shared with anybody who's applying or anybody who thinks about building a system like this. And I'm scratching at the surface because I don't quite understand what I'm saying yet. But I crave that, to really understand the economics of what you're doing when you get into this agreement with APSHA.
Like from a personal household, your own personal trade-offs?
Yeah, sure.
too?
Yeah. I think that would be really helpful, and it may help clarify and eliminate a lot of the conflicts that emerge later.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Patty?
In response to that, it would just be great if people would read the documents, because most of this is in the documents. People just don't read them.
Right.
And then they say, what, and you can point it out in the document. Here it says,
think they're buying
this
it
is
out.
what you're required to do. This is when you have to work in Pitkin County. That's been pretty clear from the beginning of the program.
We
So
got-
for people to say, oh, I didn't know I had to continue to work here after I've been in my home 20 years, it's in the document. People just need to read them. I still have my original, believe it or not.
You read it?
I still have my original deed restrictions. When I moved into Smuggler, 37 years ago.
The hard part gets when people's circumstances change and you know,
It's
it's
in
their
the
livelihood.
documents.
And so
It's
their
in the
livelihood
documents.
conflicts with the agreement they've made.
Yeah, there are trade-offs for sure for people. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I think, you know, this will help. I think Francie and I, when we attend the retreat next week, and you know, in the future, we can do sort of more of the nuts and bolts, just function of the program and all that kind of stuff, which we regularly get as APSHA updates too. We will have some regulation. Matthew has indicated that staff is proposing to sort of reorganize the way the regulations are right now, and so that'll come forward, and I usually bring those things forward to you if there seems to be any controversial changes to rules for us to discuss.
Yeah, we're trying not to do policy changes in that rewrite.
I just need to really quick ask, how long have you been with APSHA now?
It was 3 years in October.
Really, it's been that long?
Yeah.
Feels like forever.
Doesn't it feel much less controversial under Matthew's
I wanted to
leadership?
thank you.
It does.
Thank you for taking this on and hanging in there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Craig.
I had noticed in there, there were comments suggesting that rental be more focus on rental housing. And I'm wondering is APSHA reconsidering the mix between rental?
I mean, that's not our decision. That would be a city-county discussion. If I remember correctly, the city is proposing the lumberyard be all rental. So, you know, that would increase the number of rentals in the system by 10 or 15% right there.
So they make the decision,
Yeah.
but you provide a lot of valuable insight.
But then, you know, if it would be a very big change if we did want to buy properties when they come up and then turn them into rentals. I mean, we haven't had that discussion, no.
Okay.
Because that's a really big discussion to have, and that hasn't really kicked off, no.
Maybe that's a good one to contemplate.
Well, and I was going to bring it up based on one of Jeffrey's comments, but one thing that that the city elected to do was they set aside some units in Burlingame 3
Right.
for right sizing, where those were they were priority units for that purpose, and I think they had some success
That's right.
with that. But that's for ownership units, right?
Just
so it's a little bit different.
speaking personally, I can tell you that the actual property management side of rentals is really difficult. The fact that we are a city-county department means people think that they can go above us, and you know, you've seen more of the city council, you've seen people complaining about us, insulting us. So it's a really difficult situation.
Rental versus ownership?
Yeah, if we're managing the rental, it's very difficult. I don't like it at all.
Right.
There are the privately managed rentals, which have their own issues as well. So it's you know, you're much more on the front line of people's lives, and if they don't like your decision, because you have responsibility to the taxpayer as well to maintain those units and make sure people aren't destroying them or that they're following the rules. But then they really think they can come to the city or the county and get those decisions overruled, which is very difficult.
Right.
So, you know.
I sympathize with that. I
Yeah.
think that if it's that much easier than with the ownership, are we abdicating responsibility
And
and
that
oversight
came
on the
up
ownership?
several times in the surveys you saw. Was a lot of concern, which we're aware of, is maintaining the ownership units.
Right.
Particularly with the HOAs. You know, we funded that capital reserve study last summer, which we're analyzing the results for that, which will hopefully will produce some policy ideas to help HOAs improve their own capital reserves. But I think that was a deliberate decision made, you know, decades ago, that it would be an ownership, not a rental. So to change that, you know, maybe you want to do it, but it's a really big decision.
Problems on both sides.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thanks,
I
Matthew.
appreciate the
That was
conversation.
good.
I hope this was helpful.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it in.
Thank you,
good to see
Matthew. Nice to see you.
meet you. Thank
Keep up the good work. It's only been 3 years. Keep at it.
My old job is the one going down the tubes right now.
Oh, right. There.
Oh,
God, yeah.
I was
Oh,
going to
God,
ask you
yeah.
how your
You've
colleagues
landed
are
on,
doing.
think of it this way, you've landed on your feet.
Yeah.
let's see. My video's off. I guess I can keep this on. Okay, we're gonna take a few minutes and run through our future agendas, and then we will start with our economic indicators presentation. Okay, so future agendas. Does everyone have a copy in front of them?
Who sent those to us? Did Sam send
Charlotte
those?
said
Or
Sam.
Charlotte?
Or Jeanette, or
Jeanette.
Charlotte, because Sam
Somebody,
was,
I
I think Sam was supposed to
I
send
haven't
them.
looked at the email, so
I
don't
do have
know.
one real quick. Can I kick it off?
Yes.
We just need to
Jeanette.
make sure, March 11th work session, we're doing our county attorney and manager evaluation. Just want to make sure we have the information ahead of time, like the previous evaluations. I want to be prepared, because I know we're running a little, because the time frame, because usually we try and get it done sooner, but we've had a lot going on. So if we could make sure we have the packet information that we need from HR, so we don't have to ask for it at the meeting and try and read it at the same time.
Okay.
And the
How
other
much
one,
lead time do you want to read it?
well, just be part of the packet for that work session, I think.
Well, it'll be an exec.
Yeah, but it's still on March, oh, well,
did it
whenever.
by the Thursday before or something.
Okay.
And that's
And
up-
the
time.
other,
Yeah.
I don't think it was entered as on exec on our agenda,
Yeah.
is it?
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is for this coming week, for the retreat, apparently nobody needs a ride, but I'm taking a county vehicle from here because I'm taking down stuff for Charlotte so she doesn't have to lug it home, lug it back, so.
Okay.
If anybody needs to know, because I need a heads up if I have to be the soccer mom and pick anybody up along the way.
Thank you.
You just swing by and get, no, just kidding.
I think you can walk. Yeah, so that's all I had. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. Do we want to just walk through these? Does Tuesday look good to everybody? Tuesday the 18th for our retreat? 9 to 4 with a working lunch. Okay.
Mike, John, thank you.
Sorry. This will be changing just a little bit.
Okay. Oh, it's the 20th. This is the opening for the response shelter.
Yeah, did we have anyone going to that?
I think Greg signed up. He's
I
going.
think, yeah, I thought, I put it on my calendar. I
We
think
need,
I did.
did we notice it? Because I may swing by.
Yeah.
I'm going to be down Valley that day.
Yep,
It
it's
seems like
noticed.
we ought to notice it. It's a big deal.
What is it that you're talking about? I don't have the packet. I
Oh,
don't see it.
sorry. On the 20th, the same day as our APSHA retreat, that evening from 5:30 to 6:30 is the grand opening for the
Oh,
response
it's the same
shelter in
evening, yeah,
Basalt.
we'll be going.
I responded and I am going.
Great. Okay, yes, it's noticed, so that's good. All right, Francie, sorry you don't have the,
Well, Jeanette, Francie, you might have it. Jeanette sent it to me. I can tell you when.
She sent it this morning.
I got it at 9:44 a.m. from Jeanette.
Tuesday, February 25th, do you have ACRA?
Yes. I already sent Sam on a list of all my ACRA meetings.
Okay, so we won't have
And I sent
exec
it to
that
you
day.
and I sent it to Rye.
The
Okay.
title is Scan from a Xerox Multifunction something or other.
All right, the 26th, all the second readings from tomorrow. Is there any not on there? We will have to add the SMP parking ordinance to the 26th. Okay, so the 7th, or sorry, on the 26th, we have land use appeals, and I think Rye is gonna instruct us at that time of the very formal process that we need to follow for those appeals.
So he's gonna just bring us up to speed on the process.
Yep.
Good idea.
All right, sorry, I'm just looking at these for the first time. Open space and trails on the 4th.
I'm gonna go back to the
Okay.
Wednesday. retreat.
Which Wednesday do you want to go back to?
Just the 19th, the retreat day.
Okay.
Because you have others with a question mark there, John, I thought, do we want to talk about those now, or do we want to wait until Wednesday and bring them up?
Probably, well, if you've got others
Well,
that
I'm
you
just
wanna
thinking
talk
the
about, but,
conversation that was initiated yesterday that resonated with me was, basically, I thought what Bill Guth was asking for is to, you know, how would we approach a comprehensive plan for mobility? And I know we've all been thinking and talking about this. When are we going to talk about it? When would be an appropriate time?
Yeah.
To start, and it's a huge question, and I can see your.
No. Well, I think it's appropriate because a lot of what we're talking about is how we actually have too much on our plate right now. And so you all are going to need to make some decisions or give some direction about how we're going to resource to either successfully accomplish these projects, what we prioritize and delay, or can we get somebody else to do the work? And there are options for all of those types of strategies, but they all have pros and cons to them. So we can certainly add in the transportation component if the board wish. I know there's a whole lot in that conversation. We may not be prepared by then with a lot of slides and recommendations
Maybe
like
just
we will for others.
Let's take a look at how big the challenge is. Maybe that's all it is.
Okay.
And you're cleaning up the agenda still because
Yeah.
some of it's different from day to day to day, so I'll take it.
Yeah, we will
caught it.
have a final agenda. I'm still working to fit everything together.
Okay, any other future agenda feedback right now?
Looks like Francie's got her
Francie,
hand
go
up.
ahead.
Yeah, so on that thing that Greg was just talking about,
really
if
hard
I'm
to
not
hear her.
mistaken, we had a discussion about the things we wanted to talk about at the retreat about 3 or 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And we said we didn't think that we had the equipment to solve the traffic problem, and we didn't really want to talk about it because, you know, didn't we have that discussion, John? And say, no, we didn't want to talk about that?
Can you turn
Francie up?
Can you turn her up a little bit?
Yeah. So I think what I hear Francie saying is, we'd had a discussion around the when we had the original retreat kind of conversation, and I think Francie, if I remember correctly, is around the entrance to Aspen and some of the questions there that we probably weren't going to have a whole lot of new information on until after March elections and such. And so we were sticking with the projects that were already on the agenda. I think that may have changed a little bit last night during the joint meeting with Sarah and I getting direction to try and pull together some work to do planning. I think what the scope of that is going to be a further discussion and how we move that forward. So,
Well, I knew that about the entrance, but I thought we had specifically said we couldn't deal with solving all the problems of 82 at a 2-day retreat. Doesn't anybody else remember that? Did I make it up?
I do not believe you're going to solve the problems of 82.
Never gonna solve the
What
problem,
problem will we
actually.
solve? Will we solve any problems?
Well, look, we are looking for general guidance on priorities and what the board is, how the board is going to spend both political capital and real assets, right, to move some of these really, really big initiatives forward. And Greg, you saw my poker face is not as good as it used to be, I think. I think like, how are we going to fit this in to this other portfolio of projects? And so that it's going to be at that level that we're really talking, and how this board, how you all come together, agree how you spend your political capital to get some of this done too.
It's a huge rock. It may be so big that it fills up the jar.
There will be lots of pictures of people getting crushed by boulders in this retreat. Yeah.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, let's move on. Hannah Hunt and I had a chance to check in with each other. She has built in pauses in her presentation to discuss and ask questions. And so I'm going to ask that we follow her cues for when those pauses are and hold our questions until then, so we can make it through this data-heavy presentation. Thank you.
How will we know? How will we know it's okay to ask questions? You'll
She's
invite
gonna
us.
stop. Yeah.
You'll invite us, okay.
She's gonna stop and say, does anyone
Yeah.
have any questions on what we just previously reviewed?
And you'll know, Greg, if Kelly recognizes you.
That's
Right. I'll know, right.
Yeah, there's
Cutting you off is so much harder than recognizing you. So, all right.
Right. Well, thanks for inviting me, Hannah Hunt Wander, Senior Long Range Planner. Happy to talk all things data. So this is a presentation that kind of goes through community data, which is both economic performance indicators, that's what you're holding up,
Yeah,
Patty.
I know, this
that's
is a really good document.
those monthly reports, as well as capturing the demographic and socioeconomic data that's pulled from a variety of places, a lot of which is incorporated into the comp plan. So a pretty comprehensive document, and I wanted to share the slides ahead so you could have a little preview and use that as kind of a document, especially thinking about board retreat prep. So want to just kind of go through big picture, background, and then dive into the data. So I think it's helpful to kind of talk about this data together and kind of think about those questions together. But if there's a clarifying question or, you want to jump in, feel free. But hoping to kind of get to a few places and really dive in. So the background on the economic indicators, which are the monthly reports, is that in 2019, Gabe Preston of RPI started tracking monthly the kind of economic trends to just understand the kind of impacts and then ultimately recovery post-COVID. And in 2023, so about a year and a half ago, that moved in-house. And I've been taking the lead on that, both putting things onto this open data portal, doing those monthly reports, and really kind of putting feelers out to other data collection efforts that are happening within the county. So informing work that's going on with the Vision 2050, happening with the comp plan that's in the long range side, greenhouse gas inventory, climate action plan, work that EOTC is doing, kind of airport, et cetera. So trying to bring that coordinated data sharing kind of across different county efforts. The benefit of having this data set, especially the economic indicators as a longitudinal data set, is that's being able for us, that enables us to look back to 2019, some to 2018, and kind of track over time, seeing those kind of baselines and being able to see those trends over time, and also provides us with some great data sources that are really local and localized to Pitkin County that help us use proxies to kind of better understand what's happening in kind of local conditions. And then also layering that in with the work that the State Demographer's Office is doing and Northwest COG, and establishing kind of relationships with both of them to help us better understand our local data and make some corrections kind of when needed. So this is just the kind of the need for this data collection. Spring of 2020, occupancy dropped, unemployment spiked. It was like, hey, let's take a look at this and be able to better understand what's happening within our economy and kind of local activity conditions. So big picture, this is kind of data at large, recognizing that it's a good tool for informed decision making, but not the sole driver. Sometimes we can get hung up on finding like the magic number, but the approach with this data collection is to be informed, not have it be the sole driver, be data driven. And also identifying correlations between the data sets to better understand local dynamics. And again, we'll talk again about proxies, but a good way to understand what's happening on the ground or what we anecdotally feel. And then a good way to, piece of this also is as a communication tool with community partners, being able to have a shared baseline for kind of common understanding of what's happening within our county and region. And I think a note too, just that's important, is recognizing that data is dynamic, especially when it's talking about population, economy. All of these are moving very dynamic moving targets. And so the reports offer a snapshot in time, but it's most helpful to look at that as kind of directional trends over time to connect to kind of locally what's happening on the ground. So just a quick note on data sources: publicly available, transparent, rigorous, replicable, locally calibrated, having that opportunity for personal connections. This is kind of the approach with the economic indicators and the data that you'll be seeing here. Really pulling from sources that are publicly available is helpful to just make sure that that's something that as a county that other people can look up and say, yeah, I found the same number too. And these are 3 organizations that we pull from a lot, just that have rigorous data sets and also are really calibrated to rural conditions and rural counties. So that's something that's pretty important. There's certain ways that the State Demographer Office, for example, does their data collection to calibrate for rural county conditions. Some of the limitations, I think often there's a discussion with data like, can't we know everything? Or like, can't this solve, can't we get all these numbers? I think something important just to kind of note as we look through this is that for rural counties, Pitkin County and beyond, lower density means that sometimes data is suppressed because of concerns about anonymity. If you're doing the AMI of one person who lives in a neighborhood, that's pretty clear who you're talking about. So there's anonymity concerns with low density as well as statistical significance. So surveys are super meaningful, but often have a lot of time and resources to do that. So that's where a lot of those proxies or some of those local data sources help us kind of connect the dots to better get at and understand and supplement some of the federal data sources. So I want to go through kind of big picture. This is the kind of big demographic socioeconomic trends. A lot of this was incorporated into the comprehensive plan's existing conditions kind of data dossier. And this is really pulling from Pitkin County as a whole, so inclusive of municipalities. And so growth versus intensity. This has been a lot of discussion that the growth committee particularly had in understanding what's happening from a population standpoint versus what's happening from an activity standpoint. So when we're looking at just from a population standpoint, Pitkin County since 2000, so the last 25 years, has grown about 7% compared to the state of Colorado, about 35%. And when we project out, that's at 3.5% to 4% over the next 25 years. And by comparison, Colorado as a state about 25%. So that graph that's on the right shows those dark red. That's where the majority of the population is projected to happen, where those lighter blues is where that population is not increasing at a super high rate. That little zoom in that I put in there is just helpful to see kind of what's happening around us. So in Garfield County and Eagle County, both are projected to see pretty significant population increases, whereas Pitkin County is quite small. Just to note kind of where we are now, the State Demographer Office for 2022, unincorporated Pitkin County, kind of how that breaks out, is about 6,000. City of Aspen is about 6,700. Town of Snowmass Village, about 3,000, and Basalt about 1,100. So just kind of between the jurisdictions, how that current population kind of breaks out. And in Pitkin County, a lot of that population is really driven by net migration as opposed to birth rate or death rate in some of the other counties. And that net migration, so we're looking at what's in red is Colorado, what's in blue is Pitkin County. So Pitkin County is a lower birth rate than the rest of Colorado. And you can see that spike happening, which is between the kind of mid-20s, early 30s. There's a lot of people coming with the resort tourist economy, coming to work in early career jobs, resort jobs, kind of coming for the atmosphere that's here. And then that big exodus and dip happening in those mid-30s where people are starting to think, hey, want to get established into a career, want to start a family, trying to put down roots. That becomes much more difficult, and you see a big kind of exodus starting in the mid-30s. Interesting and kind of by contrast, Garfield County, this is kind of the inverse. There's a lot of mid-20s leaving because they're going for higher education, training, and then a big influx from about 25 to 40 as people are seeing that that's a location for starting a family, starting a career, et cetera. Growth versus intensity. So this is so much of the conversation that the growth committee has had, and a lot of discussions internally about this growth not just being about how many people live here full time, but really about intensity and activity happening within the county. So this feeling of increased activity. So for building permits, more demo permits, affordability challenges, traffic increases. We'll kind of dive into each of these, but just to show this is kind of the suite of, there's a lot of this sense of kind of, there's a lot going on in Pitkin County despite that not being tracked by our full-time population. That daytime population, people coming in and visiting, there's a lot of intensity felt from that and changes, particularly in the last 5 years. In a broad demographic trends, Pitkin County majority white with an increasing population identifying as Hispanic and Latino. We know that the 2020 population is undercounting and that informal estimates put that closer to 25 or 30% in 2020 of the Hispanic Latino population. Educational attainment high and kind of continuing to increase. Looking at the school districts, which is kind of interesting to see from public school enrollment. So statewide enrollment saw a big drop during COVID. For the last 5 years, school districts of Aspen and RE1 and RE2 have kind of seen pretty flat enrollment. Projections are that will decline based on birth rates. And from an age standpoint, continuing to see trends of aging population, more older adults living in Pitkin County, fewer younger people moving to or staying in Pitkin County. 43% today are over 50 years old, which has a variety of different impacts. And kind of as we zoom into that, one piece that's interesting when we look at the Hispanic Latino population from about 25 to 55 is where that kind of race by ethnicity by age situates, which is more in the working force, kind of prime working force age. The white population kind of trending older from that 45 to 75, kind of aging out of workforce. And that kind of aging dynamic is happening throughout the state. This was really a big focus of the state demography summit, as Jeffrey knows. But a lot of that discussion about aging happening across the state, impacting labor force, impacting housing, impacting services, income preferences, et cetera. The blue is in this graph is showing where there's a decline in the workforce working age population. So fewer people in the workforce and increased demand on services. So people aging out of the workforce, often remaining in the county and requiring additional services. And from a housing standpoint, this is significant because if you think of a home at some point housing two workforce participants, now maybe it's serving one person who's participating in the workforce, another one who's retired. Eventually it's serving 2 retirees and they're staying in place, just kind of further compounding a tight housing market. So that's something that's projected and kind of going to continue to be a challenge for Pitkin County and for the rest of Colorado. Components of income. So this is interesting. Just kind of, you've seen parts of these, I think, before in other presentations, but diving into the breakdown between labor earnings, which are wages, or non-labor earnings, which are coming from investments, from trusts, from retirement, from other non-wage sources. So the non-labor income, Pitkin County is about 68%, whereas the labor earnings, about 32%. That's the inverse of what's happening nationally. And you can see in 1970 is more mirrors what's happening nationally, that more people have their total personal income. The majority of that's coming from wages versus coming from non-labor income. And that graph on the left is just showing kind of that breakdown and that inflection point where more total wealth was coming from non-labor income than labor sources happened in 2000. So just to note that this is not, surely that's kind of accelerating and that the wealthiest are getting wealthier, but that dynamic has been present in the county for the last 25 years. Just to say that's not kind of not a new issue, but something that's further kind of compounding the dynamics today.
Can't ask a question yet.
Greg.
All right,
Well, I won't. Sorry, Kelly. To Kelly and to Greg. I'm triangulating.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I was just saying is I want to make sure this is correlated to the demographic of the workforce versus the retiring workforce is going to naturally have more investment income. So it's not just that. Certainly there's a lot of wealth, but it's
a combination
the
of
natural
factors.
wealth that comes through, as a result of having a career and aging over several decades of work.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
I just wanted to make sure I understood
Yes,
that was
correct. And I think that why I point out just that that's happened since 2000 is that trend of aging and older adults is certainly something that's really happening in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a combination, though, of like retirement income is definitely a source of non-wage, non-labor income. So it's a combination of factors of wealthy individuals, of retirees, of others, but certainly folks who are not participating in the workforce are captured in this as well.
Not just a bunch of tech bros, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And this, just to note, so this is about the percentage of total personal income from labor earnings. So that's increased 13%, and we'll see this kind of pick up in other places when we talk more about wages. Whereas the percentage of total personal income from non-labor has increased 165%. So big, that kind of gap on the right between total per capita income versus average earnings for jobs. So wages, job earnings have increased, but not to the same extent as that larger per capita income, which has impacts for housing, preferences, ability to buy, et cetera. Cost of living. So a living wage, which means what it takes to make a living, and that's housing, that's education, that's food, that's transportation, has risen. So the living wage, what it takes to make a living here, has increased by 192% since 2000, while the annual household income's increased by 78%. So both gone up, but there's still a gap, and that gap is to the tune of about $40,000. And majority of that's really driven by, there's a little delay, driven by housing cost. So the cost of living, the national baseline is 100. That's the graph on the left that's got the red dash. You can see that Pitkin County is up at 220.4, so 120% higher than the national average, and significantly higher than the rest of the state, primarily driven by housing costs. So you've seen this graph on the right, I think, before, but just the cost, especially of single-family homes, has risen significantly in the last 5 years. Percentage-wise, 183% in the last 6 years. So just really exponential increases from a housing cost standpoint. And a big part of this, too, part of this dynamic is that fewer houses are available or accessible to the local workforce. So while we've added about 3,500 more units since 2000, many of these are unoccupied second homes. And that ratio that's listed on the right, so that's in 2022, 1.24 people for every one housing unit, a ratio that's been declining for the last 25 years, just meaning that our housing is that much less efficient at housing our population. Kind of snapshot jobs and employment. So about 40% of our economy are in industry sectors that are really directly related to a tourist or resort economy. So lodging and food services being certainly the highest, the most people that are employed in that sector, arts and entertainment, recreation being second, and then public administration after that. Notably, these are, when we saw that living wage, these are often lower to mid-wage jobs below living wage. Workforce conversations. So Pitkin County draws 62% of its workforce from outside the county, and 24% of the workforce travel over 50 miles to work in Pitkin County. So just an increase of that commute shed coming into Pitkin County for employment. Part of the impact of that is that labor earnings, so wages earned in Pitkin County, more labor earnings leave the county each year than are brought in. And the net outflow of earnings in 2022 was $409 million. So wages earned in Pitkin County that go home to an adjacent county or somewhere outside of Pitkin County.
That's for clarification. Is the
Yeah.
20 did you say 50 miles? Is that a round trip, or is that an actual distance to?
It's a radius.
It's a radius. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kind of another way to talk about this, so jobs and population. So typically job change and net migration operate more or less together. You can see in that kind of 2008 where jobs, significant drop in jobs during the recession. But what's happening now, you can see an increase of jobs despite a decrease in population. So again, kind of getting at that intensity and activity. Recognize there's a high demand for jobs and services despite fewer people or fewer full-time people living in Pitkin County. So wages, this is looking at Pitkin County, Garfield County, Eagle County. So Pitkin County has higher average wages, but fewer jobs than Garfield and Eagle County. And percentage-wise, Pitkin County's both jobs and wages have gone up since 2018. The kind of delta between average wages between Pitkin County and Garfield County and Eagle is about $13,000 higher. But wages are catching up. And you can see, especially in the last few years between Garfield and Eagle, those wages are certainly increasing. And part of this dynamic too, while we're seeing there's a change in population, that this is pulling from 2010 to 2022, during that time period, was a decrease in population in Pitkin County, whereas an increase in adjacent counties. Then looking at kind of what over that same time period was happening in these different industries, there are increasingly comparable industries and job opportunities in adjacent counties that may be closer to housing or with a shorter commute time. And I think it's interesting too, if you zoom in and kind of look at that construction, where you're seeing a decrease in Pitkin County, whereas an increase in adjacent counties. Even though construction activity is taking place in Pitkin County, many firms are relocating to adjacent counties where they're being captured or kind of counted from a location standpoint, and continuing to just kind of demonstrate a risk in our local economy as workforce and firms may choose to relocate down valley or to adjacent counties with closer proximity to jobs or closer proximity to housing.
Kelly, can I? Yes. Really quick, the construction in Pitkin County, it seems weird that it's gone down 13%. Is that because the construction companies are now reporting outside of our county? So Garfield and Eagle are getting credit for our construction?
Yeah, so the activity, so they may be commuting up valley to job sites happening in Pitkin County.
Right, but they're getting paid in.
But their firm is relocated, is headquartered in Eagle County.
Okay,
Or
just
Garfield.
because I'm like, our construction has not got down 13%.
Exactly. So that's where that's
negative.
picking up, is that we're starting to see those numbers where it's reporting in other counties, but the activity is actually happening in Pitkin County.
Thank you.
Just wonder what percentage of the 400 million or so that of labor money that we're exporting to other counties
is construction.
Is part of is construction.
I don't have that breakout. It's an interesting question. Yeah.
And those unemployment numbers are also reported outside of Pitkin County.
Mm-hmm. Depending on where that's necessarily.
Not because they lose their job here, but they're getting paid in Eagle, so Eagle's getting credit for that unemployment number.
Where your W-2 or your W-9 as well.
Right.
Yeah. So this is, I want to just kind of pause, I'll go through this and then kind of pause here and we can talk through this. But the quality of life impacts, so wealth inequality, lower wages, high cost of living, long commutes, contributes to a variety of factors of both quality of life impacts, again, this kind of intensity sentiment, certainly mental and behavioral health challenges, reliance on a workforce that doesn't live in our county, and risk of losing that workforce, or risk of that workforce making different choices in terms of employment. Strain on county services at peak tourist season. So certainly expectations when the population is 3 to 4 times higher, expectations from a county standpoint to provide services for a population that's much larger than our what our census data would show. And also strain on county services during off-season when that unemployment is much higher, and we see an influx of Medicaid applications or increase in homelessness. So these are a few of the factors of how these impact quality of life. So I will pause and see if we want to, if there's anything kind of in there we want to dive into. This is about kind of halfway, and then we can dive into more of the kind of month-to-month seasonal aspects.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Thank you for doing this. This is I love this stuff. This is great. I'd love your demographic charts, and I was hoping you could share at some point in the future just the comparison of demographics with the other counties. There was one chart in particular that I was thinking, wow, it'd be great to see the upside down nature of the Garfield County curve compared to ours that you'd mentioned, with how the workforce is migrating out and coming back in. Growth versus intensity on one of your charts. I put the number 3 next to it, but I realized 3 is next to all of them. So I don't know which page it is. I didn't put the page number. Regarding growth versus activity, you're saying it's not just it's the intensity of growth. And I thought that was fascinating because we all sense that it's really busy here. What you're saying is it's not a population growth issue, it's an intensity issue. And that, to me, points to things like events. And when we're permitting events, I think we need to think about how that impacts the sense of busyness and all the things we complain about how it's too busy here. It isn't the number of people here, it's the number of things going on, things happening. You could say that better than I can, but I wanted to highlight that. I thought that was great. And then I just had 400 million wages exported to neighboring counties. It'd be great if Garfield County appreciated that occasionally when they complain about we're the source of all their problems. We're also a source of a large amount of their income. So I'd like to understand that better. But thank you. That's all I've got.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say, so much of the focus of the growth committee was really thinking about that and recognizing that growth is really about intensity and activity, not just population.
Right.
So much of their work is really making recommendations in light of intensity being about activity.
I welcome that. That's great.
I sort of wonder, what happened in 2000, or 2000 to 2005 that really shifted the wage versus non-wage income on its head, and are there lessons there for other communities? Was it, how much of it is what was happening here and how much of it is what was happening in the economy and how much of it was happening globally? What is it that happened then, that we didn't see at the time and see now? Aspen was was a place of wealth in the 80s and 90s too. What flipped this shift, because in a way, we are becoming a community of retirees because they have all the wealth, they are the ones that have the wealth, right? There is a partnering there of what's happening demographically and with the money, but, what, I don't know, I'm very curious about that.
Is it the baby boomer effect? Is it the large population of baby boomers?
Baby boomers were still in their height of their working, careers. I'm struggling to sort of offer what that is, but it's just really interesting to me that, that is hugely transformational over that decade, was it tech boom? If we looked at how money, were investments just, was there an explosion in investment income for everyone over that period of time? You know, I don't know.
This was a period that set up the Great Recession, and there was a lot of money internationally and nationally that was pooling up, looking for places to go. And so that's where the innovative kind of mortgage packaging came together. The risk got lowered for investing. Well, the risk increased, I guess, for the investor. The thresholds for, lending out the money, were lowered, and it created these incredible pools of cash. And so both in recessionary and expansionary periods, we have been a place where folks park money in real estate. In early 2005, I suspect is because people were looking for places to park money, which is how we got ourselves into trouble in 2008 following. And in recessionary periods, it's a safer place to park money because you tend to lose less over time. And so I suspect that was related to those big pools of money that were looking for places to go. And there, I think, was probably some real estate boom happening at that time, too.
So then on an ongoing basis, is it still the big pool? Are there still big pools of money, or is this what we have now, 25 years later, a extension of that? Like, is it a perpetuating circumstance, or is it like still living off of that 8-year period of time? I don't know.
I don't know how to answer that question, but I do think there's probably an answer in one of the slides, Hannah, where you have the income disparities, the labor versus non-labor. Is that what's?
Yeah, which is here, and we but it's really just you're talking about where that percentage, right? Yeah. So those investments becoming even more increasingly valuable, right? So I think it's kind of both. I mean, there's certainly a factor that was unique to that time period, and that we're seeing once you've made that flip, it's really hard to go back.
Right. And is the real estate economy like the only place to do that? Mm-hmm. Francie, go ahead.
Thank you. I think part of this phenomenon that you're talking about, Kelly, comes from the increasing disparity of wealth. And so the people who are now the wealthy people in Aspen, they're not just multimillionaires anymore, they're billionaires. And so the amount of income that they get off of their invested money is so high compared to the income of our workforce that I think it skews those numbers considerably. So I think it's, partly real estate and partly the recession and partly this and that. But I think a lot of it is how much money billionaires make off their money.
Mm-hmm. So national income inequality effects showing up here, which still I think is the most crucial issue of the age. I'll just say over and over again. Any other questions on these before Hannah Hunt keeps moving on?
I think Jeffrey's just getting ready to ask all the questions. So this portion is trends that are tracked monthly and have been tracked monthly to really capture seasonality back to 2019. Again, started by Gabe. I've taken that over. It's available now in this open data portal, and then there's kind of monthly reports. I think we're going to move to quarterly just because it's really capturing more of the seasonality, less of being, month to month. It's more kind of on the quarter. Some of these are broken out by jurisdiction, and that will be called out on these, but this has a more kind of localized data collection within Picken County and kind of regionally. So visitation, so traditional lodging really cooling off from what the post-COVID highs were in the 2021-2022 season, which is really consistent across other mountain and resort communities. So it's not just happening here, it's really throughout the Mountain West. You can see those occupancy numbers. The pink is this last year kind of coming down from what's typically that July 4th kind of peak. This is something that we track both in terms of occupancy is a good way to get at it. Also wastewater. So we talked about kind of proxies. That's a good way to capture through Aspen Sand, capture the intensity of use. You're flushing the toilet here, not somewhere else. So that's picked up into, very directly from a wastewater influence standpoint. And that generally corroborates that occupancy data. So you can see on the right too that 2022 was that kind of all-time high in terms of wastewater flows and has kind of softened since then. Lodging taxes, however, certainly up, driven by inflation, driven by compensation for higher prices, for fewer visitors. In Basalt, they've kind of seen some oscillation in their lodging tax collection and had several large buildings come online, hotels, in the last year. So another piece is looking at the flight activity. So non-scheduled flights, and that's a proxy for chartered or private airfare. That also peaked in 2021. So similar in alignment with those Up Valley lodging and visitation trends. Just also noting that certainly some commercial flyers maybe had preference for chartered airfare in 2021. You're avoiding exposure to other people in airplanes, or there's not limited availability of commercial airline activity. But certainly that 2021 is when we see that peak. Interestingly, and kind of by contrast, commercial flight trends have really increased, have recovered and also increased past pre-COVID levels. Kind of a few different things going on here potentially. An increase in local travelers, an increase in Aspen pulling local travelers from a larger region, and also tourists and visitors coming but not necessarily staying Up Valley, either visiting Down Valley or regionally.
It also is a fact that airlines have added more flights, so that in this last
more
12,
demand,
18 months.
Mm-hmm.
So that bumped our numbers up.
Yeah. So retail sales, similar to the lodging taxes, just increased post-COVID, 2024 on track to exceed 2023 in each jurisdiction, driven by higher prices, inflation, compensating for fewer visitors, higher prices, kind of, et cetera. Jobs and employment trends. So we saw that kind of at the macro that macro picture. This is looking at this quarterly. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics has a quarterly census of employment and wages. The most recent for Colorado is 2021. By Colorado is 2021 of Q1. There's been some kind of funky stuff going on with the Colorado jobs data numbers. So the BLS has suppressed some of the data since then. So most current we've got is 2024 Q1, so about a year ago. The highest employment that we've seen since 2019. And again, just broken out in the largest employment being within accommodation and food services, then arts, entertainment, rec, and then between retail, trade, and public administration. And narrowing down kind of a little bit further too, so looking at those are the largest job sectors, are those top three where the most people are employed. Again, those wages being below the living wage. But then the highest paying jobs in the bottom, it's kind of highlighted in the yellow. It's a little bit maybe hard to read, but management of companies and enterprises, finance and insurance, professional and technical service being the highest paying jobs. But if you look at those raw numbers, not as many jobs in those industries. Unemployment. So unemployment really follows the trends of seasonality for resort tourism, especially for Pitkin and for Eagle counties. You can see that kind of off-season increases. Unemployment is not fully recovered to pre-COVID levels, but that's consistent with what's happening at the state and also the national level. And when we look at workforce participation, it's not quite as scary as it maybe looks, but certainly that unemployment numbers has continued to stay high, kind of tracking with and pulled up by state and regional.
What color, which was which? Sorry, I'm trying to understand that a little bit, but before you go on.
So the kind of hot pink or the That's the 2024 numbers.
Okay, so it's all the years, okay.
Yep, yep. So that's throughout the months. So February, March, April, then you see July, August, September, December. So you can see that kind of April, May peak happening in both the Pitkin County and Eagle County.
Right.
And then that lighter green was 2020. So you're seeing that for COVID. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Regional commuting trends. So this is certainly where a lot of the discussion around intensity is happening. This is a traffic counter, captures data from a traffic counter, continuous counter on Highway 82 in Old Snowmass. Right now, this is kind of the most reliable traffic counter that we have. Pitkin County through EOTC has 8 new counters that are going into other places throughout the county. That'll be really a robust data set to be able to get more type of vehicle, speed, emissions, kind of et cetera. But this is what we've been using to kind of track year over year. So you can see still that kind of July 4th, that's kind of always the highest time for traffic. It's been increasing, but it's increasing that at a kind of incremental gain. So increasing at a decreasing rate, but certainly still seeing year over year traffic increases. I think also something to note on here, and just as a kind of knowing the data source, is that this counter is a continuous counter, meaning traffic in both directions. So if that looks like about 22,000, that's 11,000 up and 11,000 down, just we're kind of reading that correctly.
Did you say how long we've had that traffic counter?
This is a CDOT counter, and it's been in place for, that data goes back to maybe 1990.
Wow, I didn't
long
realize.
time, long time.
Didn't realize there was one in Old Snowmass.
Nice to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great,
Yeah,
that's been on there for a while.
That's kind of new for me.
Yeah.
The information, maybe not the counter, but.
Yeah,
we
there are
always
other
rely on the one
counters
at the
that do
Castle Creek Bridge.
periodic, that are kind of like points in time.
Yeah.
This is the only continuous counter that's in
Wow,
Pitkin
interesting.
County. Or at the City of Aspen at the bridge, there's been some kind of questions about the kind of validity of that data over time, but that's not a CDOT kind of continuous.
And now we
counter.
have one by the Mountain Rescue Building.
There's kind of going into variety of locations, which will be very helpful to capture more traffic dynamics kind of throughout the county rather than just located on 82.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was just going
Go
to
ahead.
ask if we ever have a chance to see that going back as far as you can with CDOT in Snowmass Canyon and even the bridge with what the city, because we always measure everything off of 1990 traffic counts. 93, is that it?
At the bridge.
At the bridge. And I question that a lot, and I'd love to just see the actual data
What
they've
that looks
collected.
like on 82. Yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be great to see Old Snowmass too.
Yeah.
If you ever have a chance to pull that or show me how to find it,
Yeah. Yeah.
thank you.
And then this is public transportation. So the left is BRT, Glenwood Springs to Aspen. The right is Hogback, which is Glenwood Springs to Rifle. So on the left with the BRT, you see a lot of that seasonal trends happening with both visitation and kind of workforce. So again, that July being that peak. We've seen, so 2024 was again all-time high ridership. You see a lot of that kind of seasonality captured there, whereas Hogback continues year over year increases. Part of that's driven by workforce. Part of that's also driven by just a lot more people, more people living and continuing to move to and live in Garfield County. Construction activity, another area where intensity is a real point of discussion. So I think helpful to look at this, and I'll just shout to Alex Sanchez, who's been pulling a lot of this data together for the ComDev kind of dashboard to look at more of the details of the work that both the building and planning department are doing. But this is about, so intensity in construction is not just more building permits, but more types of building permits. So more sub-permit inspections, more demo permits, more change orders. So demonstrating that there's both an increase in building and system complexity and also an increased appetite for redevelopment. So not just that there's more single-family homes, and we'll look at that at the next slide, but there's more complexity, there's more subs, there's more subcontractors being pulled into these this construction activity. So again, that's kind of adds into that, maybe fewer people, but the level of intensity is higher. And this is looking at, so the blue is remodels, additions, and garages, and the green is new residential. So the left is looking at the annual number of permits. So you can see that that's, there's some increase in that, but it hasn't been, it's not a vertical, or it's not a, 45-degree angle going up. But we are seeing more remodels, additions, and garages, more than we are for new residential. And on the right, where you do see that bigger increase is especially in the remodels. And again, like a steady increase in that in terms of valuations. Part of that's inflation, part of that's labor costs, certainly, but also complexity, level of finish, demand. And this is also something where if we put in earlier, we pull back to 2010 or go even further back, we'll see more of those trend lines. But I think just noting that the valuations are increasing at such a high high rate is important to just understand, again, that kind of intensity happening within the construction industry.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question?
go ahead.
And I'm looking at Jeffrey because I think we've talked about this, or you've alluded to it. Is the definition of a remodel or the actual reality of a remodel changed? What might have been new construction before is they'll make every effort to make it a remodel now because it might be easier, or I think I keep hearing that there are some remodels that look pretty much down to one stud left standing and then a complete rebuild.
Yeah, I think that, especially looking at this valuation, this is not, what's being captured in here is not necessarily, I'm just putting in a little mother-in-law suite above my garage. This is, I'm doing a very full, extensive remodel that's, cost per square foot, pretty substantial.
Down to the dirt.
Yeah, yeah.
But actually, Hannah Hunt's answer is the data is showing you it's $7.5 million for a new house, and it's $1.8 million for a remodel. Those are significant remodels.
Yeah.
Right, and it's a significant home. So don't, there's intensity from both those activities.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's just important to think the single family is something to be looking at, and we've spent a lot of time kind of focusing on that. But a lot of these other remodels, redevelopment is where a lot of the intensity and a lot of construction activity resources are going to. And again, it's high level of finish, high system complexity that's really driving a lot of that cost. Impacts to the county from a C&D standpoint, construction and demo waste. I know that Cameron and Kathy came and spoke to you all a few weeks ago. The Green Halo construction demo debris program has been doing great, 70% diversion rate since 2020. However, we're still seeing that C&D is the highest in 2024 that it's been. So just thinking about what that could be much higher, certainly if that program was not in place, but still certainly a impact on from a waste and waste management standpoint.
But it was so nice to see the lumber yard with all the doors and windows removed before they did demolition. That was sarcasm.
This is the last one, but so real estate trends, we were kind of talking about this. So it's interesting in the purple. So 2021 was really the real estate market going wild, right? A lot of sales, high value on those sales in 2021. And that's really fueled a significant rise now in the residential average sale prices. So that's just really continued and exponentially increased, especially that single family, which is in the blue on the right, just increasing substantially since COVID. And just to pull in kind of a comparison then between adjacent counties, certainly Pitkin County, substantially higher price per square foot for single family than adjacent counties. But Garfield and Eagle are seeing significant increases in their average single family residents. So I think this is also thinking about the up valley intensity impacts having a ripple effect down valley. And while it may seem like, wow, Garfield County, that's a lot more affordable than Pitkin County, it's kind of affordable for who, right? And housing costs substantially in Garfield County have increased in a way that's notable, significant impact. So kind of summary or different trends to watch between all of this data, kind of how does this work together? So from a regional workforce standpoint, I think that's a big kind of piece of this, that interconnection will only continue, and driving a need to consider the quality of life impacts and service needs for locals, for visitors, and also for our workforce. Up Valley intensity is down Valley consequences. We talked about that from a real estate standpoint, from a traffic standpoint, as wealth disparities continue to grow both in Pitkin County and in adjacent counties. And really that sense of community, which is more of a kind of qualitative piece, but certainly has an impact and a threatening impact. Regional competition for workforce will continue as adjacent counties offer increased wages, comparative job industries, proximity to housing, which again risks workers and firms, as we're already seeing it, choosing to relocate down Valley and taking their earnings with them. Aging population, another kind of broader trend that has really direct implications for Pitkin County, but continuing to impact the labor force, the wealth disparity in Pitkin County, service needs, fewer people in the workforce, greater service needs, and then crunching the housing market again as many age out of the workforce but continue to age in place. And then just a plug for kind of emerging data sets. There's a lot more that we're continuing to track, these traffic counters. There's more intensity studies that we are running through the Vision 2050 project, the greenhouse gas inventory work that you all will see in a few weeks. So there's a lot of emerging data that will continue to kind of add to this ability to see a better picture of what's happening in the county. So happy to stop there and circle back to any other areas or any other questions.
Patty.
I just have something really quick. Who are we sending your monthly, now maybe quarterly, your highlights? I think these are great. Are we sending it to ACRA?
ACRA's on the
and what about, and you're doing it to Northwest COG, both the regular COG Council and the Economic Development District Council?
I'm not sure about that. Can double check.
That would be great, so they both get it, because it's, Rachel Looney is the one who actually, I don't know what her, I always forget what
Rachel,
her
I know it, yeah.
She's great, and then for John Stabney to have, because it's really, and I think quarterly will be as interesting as monthly, but I think it'd be great information to share. And the other thing really quick, I think the board needs to know when you're talking about the issues with rural data, I think approximately 70% of the counties in this country are classified as rural, which I think is interesting. You would never think that, but yeah, so I think they're having the same issue with, people being anonymous when you're the only person that lives in that part of your county, so.
Great.
Thank you, this was great information.
Francie.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, I just wanted to thank you so much for this presentation. It was really excellent. I'm really impressed not only with the data that you've collected and sorted through, but the way you presented it. It was very helpful. I read it all yesterday, and some of it is pretty jarring. I have to mention on the value of houses in Aspen, that number is changing with every single sale, particularly with the mean, because those high numbers just skew the mean so badly. So to see 13 million there, I looked it up online when I was reading this yesterday. I spent a lot of time searching through the most expensive towns in America, the most expensive towns in Colorado, and so on. And Aspen does not make the top 15 in the country, but I think it's because it's not considered a big enough metropolis, as you were referring to, Hanahan. And also, the average house prices are not at all reflected in anything I could find online. It's just really discordant. And not that I don't believe you, Hannah Hunt, I do, but it's just, it's really not out there how incredibly skewed our real estate market is here in Aspen. But thank you so much. That was just wonderfully done. It must have taken a lot of work. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Francie. Yeah, and I just on the real estate, land title guarantee pulls from the MLS directly, and they're a great resource that does Pitkin, Garfield, and Eagle County. So it's a great, sometimes you pull from Zillow or something like that, but it doesn't capture the median, or it's capturing, kind of a certain segment. So it's a good resource. And again, kind of just as a advocating for local sources, to be able to pull directly from the, MLS in our area is a good resource. Happy to share that with you too.
I would expect the median
if
to
you're
go up,
interested.
but it is surprising how much the median has gone up.
Yeah.
That's discouraging.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We need to wrap up pretty soon. Last question, then I have something I want to ask John for
Just
context.
a very short reflection is that, back when I was much younger, and even more recently, I thought of our community as being Upper Valley, Pitkin County, Aspen to Woody Creek. Woody Creek was someplace I went to once a year when I was a little kid, or Snowmass. So like a yearly trip, or Glenwood once a year. Our community now, the way I see it, stretches at least to Glenwood, and probably to, if I include all the people I know and work with, it goes to Battlement Mesa or Rifle at least. So when we think about community, our perception of community has changed dramatically because we rely on all these people that are spread throughout it. And I think that's important. It's important to keep that in mind as we think about this, because right now we're looking at the economic drivers, but it's also changed our culture pretty dramatically. We go to Glenwood, Carbondale, for entertainment now, for things that we may not have done
Right.
just a couple decades ago. Just thought that's just my own little personal revelation I get from looking at all this. Thanks.
I wanted to ask John before we just wrap up that, my understanding of why we've scheduled this for today and now is in preparation for our retreat to sort of do some level setting. So do you want to offer some comments about how we should kind of be thinking about this data or keep this in context as we move into our retreat conversations?
Yeah, Kelly, I think it's always good. We talk a lot about when we go into making strategic decisions about understanding just the ground you're on and what we used to call an environmental scan. During COVID, we actually shifted to collecting this data, as Hannah Hunt had said at the beginning, and we found it really valuable for quickly making decisions and understanding potential impacts. And so all of this is to really provide context for your discussion so that when we're talking about transportation, I think this data paints a picture. And you can take that data and create a narrative about, so what is the impact on our community and our workforce of the types of traffic issues that we're having? What does it look like in terms of the airport as an economic contributor? Even though we don't have some of that specific data in there, I think you have a sense of how many of our visitors are coming in and what kind of economic driver that infrastructure is, so that when we talk about doing a project that will shut down that airport for a period of time, we can maybe anticipate that some of the threats that we'll want to talk about when we talk about how we undertake that will be to our workforce, and our workforce more than just at the airport, but what if we do have some drop in activity and such? Where's that going to be felt? And do you have any responsibilities there? So it's really to take this data, and for you, I think it's converting it into stories about the community impacts and such that we're likely to feel as we try and undertake some of the big things we're doing.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Can we put the slideshow packet in our board retreat so we can have it as a reference document?
Yep, it's tab 5 in your folder when you get it.
Excellent.
You
Way to
were
think
thinking
ahead.
ahead of me, John?
Yep.
I'm so impressed.
All right, well, thank you. You did an excellent
Thanks,
job
good stuff.
providing a narrative to the numbers. So
What's
thank
the
you,
name of
Hannah.
the gentleman who took over the demographics for the state?
It's a woman. She's a woman, and
Oh, it's a woman.
Kate. I'm not
Okay.
sure what her.
I'll probably meet her
Yeah.
in May at the.
Yeah.
You gonna come to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a 9-minute break, and then we will start back on time at 3:15 to discuss the CC Coalition. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on February 11th. We had a short break, and now I'm looking forward to this conversation with the Confluence Early Childhood Education Coalition. And I know you have been working with Ashley Pearl, who's been following your work as our staff. So Ashley, I'll turn it over to you to introduce this to us and introduce the speakers who've joined us here today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director for Pickens County. I've been lucky enough to follow the work of BoCC, which is the short for the longer name that Kelly just shared, and kind of been a liaison between the county and the organization. So I'm actually just going to turn it over to these fine folks, some faces you've seen before and some new faces. They have a presentation about BoCC's work and most importantly, the proposed service plan that they're hoping to submit to our clerk, which actually Jeanette is going to stand in for instead of Ingrid because she's really familiar with special districts. Tomorrow, I hear. So this is the board's first public look at that, and then they would be back in March for a first reading and a second reading of a resolution. The board's role in establishing a special district is pretty specific, and Jeanette's thankfully done it before. So Jeanette's here to answer any questions the board might have about the county's role, the timeline, the specifics of some of that. There was a timeline in your packet as well that Jeanette created. So if you have questions about that, she's here. I don't know any questions that I'll be able to answer, but I think these fine folks kind of have a presentation and just some feedback from the board, and then you'll see them many more times this spring. So I'll just hand it over to them.
Okay, and I will, go ahead, please introduce yourselves and your team, and then let me know if you prefer to go through your whole presentation, and if you want us to hold our questions to the end, or if you welcome questions throughout. You know how the flow of your presentation goes, so just let us know. And do you need to get online or anything like that? Do you have?
I am working on the.
Okay, and Rosa here can help if you guys need any tech help connecting to Zoom or otherwise.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Hi, Maggie.
commissioners.
Yes.
Thank you, county staff, for having us today for this conversation. We are representing the Confluence Early Childhood Education Coalition. We call it BoCC for short, as Ashley mentioned. So we are a group of business, education, nonprofit, and parent leaders working to improve access to early care and education, including preschool and childcare for families from Parachute to Aspen. I'm the coalition director, and I really came to this work as a concerned parent. I have a now 2- and a 4-year-old and have been experiencing firsthand the challenges in terms of access to childcare, as we can really only afford 3 days a week in a childcare program. My husband and I need to work full time, so we're constantly juggling week to week. Those other 2 days, it's extremely stressful, and especially during the most vulnerable and formative years of our kids' lives. So I've been privileged enough to be able to talk to families up and down the valley and have heard from the majority the same kind of stressors that they're experiencing as well. And we're excited to talk through today a proposal that could help alleviate that stress on our families in our region, on our childcare providers, through the creation of an early childhood special district. So to have this conversation, we have our attorney, Trey Rogers, here to kind of walk through the legal requirements and the legal framework for this process. So he will go through some slides. He's been a part of this since the beginning, 2017, part of this work. We'll be able to answer questions as well. We do welcome questions throughout. We can make this more of a conversation. And then we have community partners, community members, Valerie Carlin from Aspen Community Foundation, who you know well, Rob Stein, who you know well. We had a couple of more who actually got sick and couldn't make it today. But we're excited to start this conversation with you all. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to...
I don't think you introduced yourself.
Did I? Oh, Maggie Tiscornia. I didn't say my name, right?
Yes, that's
I had a
Thanks,
long flight to get here. So.
I think Maggie woke up in another country this morning, in fact, right? So, well, thank you, Maggie. Thank you, commissioners. I'm Trey Rogers with the Rhett Kornfeld firm out of Denver. As Maggie said, I've been working on this for a number of years now. I want to run you through a quick presentation, but again, Commissioner Woodruff, as you asked, yeah, we are happy to take questions at any point in this. I also understand that you have seen the service plan and have reviewed that, so I'm going to move quickly, assuming you guys have read through this. But again, interrupt with any questions or concerns that you've got. Can we have the next slide, please? All right, so what are we, So what are we doing? We are proposing a new early childhood development special district. This is a new animal that the legislature authorized by statute in 2019. If we are successful in establishing this special district, it would be the first of its kind in the state. So we're very excited about that. In this case, the district would run from Parachute all the way up through Aspen. It would include all of Garfield County, all of Pitkin County, and western Eagle County, El Jebel, and those areas, that to the extent that they are within the Roaring Fork School District. So that's kind of how we've crafted the boundaries. We've used some county boundaries and some school district boundaries. This special district would focus on four programmatic elements. First, it would provide financial support to families to pay for early childhood care and education. Second, it would provide grants to providers to help them get licensed, to increase their capacity or improve their programs. Third, it would work in the area of outreach to help match families with providers, and especially in finding the right providers. And then finally, it would engage in some self-evaluation as the program rolls out to make sure that we are spending public funds appropriately and transparently. We would fund the district through 0.25% sales tax. It's important to note that in Colorado under state law, our sales tax would not be charged on gas, food, feminine hygiene products, medical devices, medicines, etc. So we think those are important state law provisions that address, in part, the regressivity of a sales tax. By the way, the only other option available for a special district funding mechanism would be property tax. And we took a look at that and for various reasons rejected that as an option. Okay, next slide, please. The approval process. Here we are at the first step in that process, a work session with the board. I'll tell you that we have already had a work session with Garfield County, and we've had some preliminary discussions with Eagle County, and they said, we don't need you for a work session. Let's go ahead and get you on the agenda for a public hearing. We plan to file our service plan here in Eagle County this week. We've again already filed in Garfield County. We anticipate from working with your staff that our first hearing would be 2/26, and then second hearing, which would also be the public hearing on the plan, would be scheduled for your March 26th meeting. Of course, all three boards of county commissioners have to approve the plan. Once that happens, I'm going to say once and not if, being hopeful, we then collect a couple hundred signatures and we submit to the district court. The district court then essentially plays the role of making sure that we've met the procedural requirements, and then that clears the way for us to go on the ballot. It's not one question on the ballot, however, it's really in several categories. There's a ballot to create the district, there's a ballot to authorize the funding, and then the initial board stands for election at that same election. And by the way, Jeanette, if you want to jump in and correct anything I'm saying, please feel free. I want to rely on your expertise. So, next slide, please. Okay. Ashley mentioned this board's role, and it is fairly narrow. Under the statute that authorizes these special districts, the board has 4 criteria that it must consider. And really only 3 of these, I think, are are relevant. The first question is, or the first criteria is there sufficient existing and projected need for the organized service area in the area to be serviced? So in other words, do folks need help with childcare and early childhood education within the proposed region? Two, is the area to be served, is that service inadequate presently within the district? And would the area to be served, well, that's the second factor. The third factor is that the proposed special district would have to be capable of providing economical and sufficient services within the area. And then fourth, the area has to have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. We are not proposing to take on debt. That would be more of maybe a metro district or a fire district or something like that where some physical infrastructure would be required. We don't anticipate the need for that here. Okay, let me next get into how we satisfy those four criteria. So the need. Currently, only 44% of children in the district have access to care. You may have seen our tables in the service plan that get into that in great detail. This is based on data that we gathered from the census and some other sources. In Pitkin County, that number is only 54%. So currently, less than half of the need for early childhood education and care is being served. On average, tuition for one child for care for a year runs about $17,000. So that means for a family with two children, that's about $34,000 a year, and based on median income within the district, that would constitute about 35% of household income. The federal kind of benchmark for what child care costs should be is 7%. So we're looking at within the district boundaries, a 5x multiplier in terms of the cost of childcare, providing or obtaining childcare for your kids. That's the problem that we're addressing, and we think that those figures demonstrate the need for this special district. All right, next slide, please. Okay, this is where we get a little complicated. There are currently limited resources available to address this need, and we've laid those out in a little bit of detail here. Let me start with the district. So again, based on census data, we think there are about 5,120 kids under 5 that live within the district. Again, about 2,272 of those, or 44%, currently have access to care. So with some simple math, the tuition for that care at $17,000 annually per kid is about $38.6 million. So what's available to help parents with that need now? Well, there's about $5 million in subsidies like universal pre-K, CCAP, local support. So when you subtract those from the total cost, we conclude that parents are paying about $33.5 million, again, 35% of median household income versus that 7% guideline figure. That demonstrates the problem. I won't go through the full set of numbers for Pitkin, but I do want to note that we've included in our analysis the Aspen Kids First program, which provides about $615,000 a year in benefit. Kids First has been at the table with our coalition from day one. We very much see this not as an alternative or a substitute for Aspen Kids First. We see it as a program that we would work with, we would supplement, we would, as our experts say, braid and blend these various funding sources with the goal to be efficient and provide services that include all of these sources of support. Next slide, please. Okay, projected new resources from the proposed funding source. A 0.25% sales tax would generate over $10 million a year for the program. In 26, we think that would be about 10.5 million. In 27, about 10.8 million. So that's the budget we're working toward based on the sales tax figures we've been able to identify. All right, next slide, please.
Can you stop this for a second?
You bet.
So how does your slide match up with your Appendix B?
Can you explain Appendix B?
So Appendix B is the financial plan, so I'm assuming year one matches?
Yes.
And I'm just trying to get to your figure for year two, which doesn't match.
So there's a big carry forward, which may be the answer.
6 million.
Of 6 million.
So if I take off 6, we're back at 10.7?
We should be at about 10.7. Let me get to that page of the appendix. Yeah. So up at the top, for year one, we see 10.5 in total income. In year two, with the $6.6 million carry forward we anticipate, that would put us at 17.4 million in resources available in year two. And maybe that's a question about the carry forward. Let me address that if I could.
Yeah, and if you're coming to it, I can wait.
Happy to do it now.
I can wait.
Oh wait, let me jump in because we're on Appendix B there. This is a tax that would begin to be collected on 1/1/26 if our measures pass. There will be a ramp-up period, both for the collection of the tax and for the provision of the services. So the reality is we're not going to get fully ramped up and ready to spend $10.5 million in year one. So the result of some uncertainty about when dollars come in, when they become available, and how quickly we can stand up the program leads to that large carry forward. That said, in year two, we're going to be, if not in year one, we're going to have substantial kind of startup expenses, and you see some of those reflected. Here. So we think over time it balances out pretty nicely. I should also mention that the financial plan is required by statute. I'll tell you that is typically for, again, a metro district or a fire district. This is where you demonstrate that your revenue is going to cover your debt service. Again, we don't have debt service. This is really a table that we've put in to satisfy the statutory requirement. There's going to be an elected board that would have to make decisions about how to best spend these funds. This is just kind of illustrative of how we, the folks around the table, expect that the budget would look for the first couple of years. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with your budget for the first couple of years.
Okay, can you expand on that a little
So
bit?
it looks like you're raising about 28 million in taxes over 2 years, and you have a 35% payout.
Just 20%, because again, 6 of that is carry.
Is
6.6 is carry forward. So about 21 million is what we expect.
And you're paying out roughly 9. So you're, again, raising 21 and paying out of 9 in 2 years.
Yeah, and again,
seems
that's
pretty inefficient. If you were a nonprofit, we would say we would give somewhere else, is my point.
Yeah, and again, that's ramp up. That's uncertainty about when we're going to be able to collect those funds, how quickly we're going to be able to stand up the program. So yeah, this is a little lumpy in the first couple of years, but we think that 10.5 is an appropriate amount. We think we can certainly spend that efficiently in out years. We just have a little lumpiness in the first couple of years as we stand up the program.
Okay, I'll let you move on, but I think this is not a good-looking balance sheet. It doesn't look like a great service from this standpoint. From a tax standpoint, a distribution standpoint, lumpy is being polite.
Yeah, I mean, if we got out to year 3, I think you'd see.
And my other question was, where's year 3? It seems,
Yeah,
again, from a business standpoint, you wouldn't invest in this.
And again, we've given you what the statute requires. I mean, frankly, we looked at it and we said it's a little bit of a funny requirement for a district that doesn't have debt, where your job would be to see if the revenue covers the debt service. This is a different function. This is a different thing, and really this is something that the board would have to figure out. An elected board accountable to the voters would have to figure out.
And I'm agreeing with your unmet need, and I agree with the whole business premise.
Yeah.
I'm not bought into your financials at all.
Okay.
Can we keep moving?
And we can keep moving. Sorry to be.
No, that's okay.
pedantic.
I'm not sure if there's going to be other information that might help for better informed discussion.
And if there's not today, there will be by the time we get to a public hearing. I mean, one of the things we're doing today is listening to where your concerns are, and we'll certainly be prepared to address what we hear today when we come back to you.
Great.
Okay.
Let me see if Francie has something on this topic. Francie?
Well, it goes back just a little bit, if that's okay, to the numbers of children that you think you'd be serving. So you said, I think 44% are in childcare now, so then you had a number of 2,200 or something that represented the other 56%. And are you assuming that all of those families are gonna wanna put their children in childcare?
We're not.
We are not.
We're assuming that they would appreciate the opportunity to do that, Commissioner. But no, we're not. And by the way, certainly the 10.5 million a year that we would generate, I don't think would cover in any real sense the full need that we have here.
We've done some modeling around a 60% uptake, and changing that percentage and what that looks like as a goal. One of the goal kind of percentages can also be the number of kids with families and with both parents in the workforce, and assuming they would need care sometime during that week. And that percentage is actually really high. It's really high in Pitkin. It's 90.
90% of the
92%.
56 whatever who aren't in childcare right now, or 90% of all kids.
90% of all kids have
Okay.
both parents in the workforce.
Okay, thank you.
Needing some care between Monday and Friday, if that's the conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Final slide for you, and then happy to take any questions. So we believe that the data we've provided you here today certainly demonstrates a substantial need. We believe that we've also demonstrated to you that the projected $10.5 million annually would do a fair amount to help families close the gap between the current support available and the $34 million annual cost that families are facing. So we hope that you'll agree with us that we have certainly met the mandatory requirements 1 through 4. I do have one more slide, but let me stop there and see as we get to kind of the big crescendo there, if there are questions or thoughts.
Patty?
Yeah, I think we need to allow you to move forward.
Okay.
I think this is a need, but the city of Aspen had an issue prior years about double taxation. They already have a sales tax that funds childcare. So how are we going to, or how are you going to address that?
Yeah, so it's not, listen, even at 10.5 million, even if we add this 0.25, we're scratching the surface on this need. So, you know, we're adding another drop in the bucket on top of the current funding available through Kids First. I also want to point out that we don't have that kind of resource in Western Eagle County or in Garfield County. To participate in the Aspen program, you got to bring your kids to Aspen, as I understand it. That is a hardship on certain workers who commute from, you know, an hour or more from Garfield County. For many of those parents, a better option would be to have childcare closer to their home, to have it in Garfield County or in Eagle County. Our program would permit that. So that's just one way in which, you know, as we talked about blending and braiding the various resources available to serve the need, not just in Aspen, not just in Pitkin, but throughout the region.
Right, I understand that. I've had 2 children in childcare. My daughter's a childcare provider. My other daughter-in-law is a childcare provider.
Yep.
I'm well aware of what happens down Valley, Garfield, in Glenwood, and in Carbondale. I'm talking about the city of Aspen to get voter support.
Yep.
People are going to see this as, I'm already paying a childcare tax. Why am I paying another one so I can fund childcare, even though it's for a lot of their workforce? We totally understand that. I'm just pointing it out. That's gonna, because you haven't been to the city of Aspen, or have you?
We're meeting with the city manager later this week.
But you haven't been before the city council.
Not yet.
So that came up in prior years. It will probably come up again, and that's gonna be a huge source of revenue and a huge source of voter support. So that's out there. And I think there was something else, but I'll wait till you finish. I'll write it down, because the other one I wrote down. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, on our next slide, in addition to the 4 mandatory requirements, there are 5 additional discretionary criteria that the board can look at if it chooses to. I just want to go through these very quickly because frankly, I think the mandatory requirements are the ones that we hope you'll focus on. Many of these don't apply. So the first of the discretionary factors is whether the service provided through the is covered by other existing municipal, quasi-municipal corporations or other sources. And as evidenced in our previous slides, we believe that neither the county nor other governmental entities are adequately addressing this need currently. The second discretionary factor is a question about whether the any facilities that the district provides or builds would meet county standards. Again, we do not anticipate building infrastructure here. This would be a service district, not one that is going to build and incur debt service for buildings. So not really applicable. Third factor, the proposal is substantially in compliance with a master plan adopted by pursuant to state statute. Again, we're not building anything, so that's a factor that's not applicable. Fourth, the proposal's in compliance with any duly adopted county, regional, or state long-range water quality management plans. We're not using any water other than, as a customer. So again, not applicable. And then finally, the creation of the proposed district would be in the best interests of the area proposed to be served. You're going to hear in just a few minutes from some county members who will put a little finer point on the need and whether this proposal would serve it. So I just want to move quickly through those discretionary criteria. There's not a lot there, but we wanted to touch on them.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have questions about the criteria or other elements of the service plan? Francie, I see your hand.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, I have a question about if the money won't go towards facilities, will it go just towards payment for child care providers? Will it include training for child care providers? Or how exactly will the money be spent, or do you not know that yet?
Appendix B. Sure, I think.
Sure. Good question. The 4 kind of service areas that Trey walked us through would include financial supports for families, and the intention would be for those to follow the child so that families can choose the care that works for them, but they would be subsidies that would go to programs as a tuition assistance program. The second would be grants to providers. So when we're thinking about capacity or quality improvements, those would be grants that would go directly to providers. So if a building was built and some of this funding helped kind of a capital project like that, it would not be the district itself kind of building a building. It would go through a provider.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, does that answer? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Trey, is there, so looking at your discretionary requirements, is there any other provider such as the state, the SMART program, or the Department of Early Childhood that are already providing this, and this would answer the discretionary?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. They are, but they're providing very small amounts of support. We believe inadequate to address the need. But yes, there is through EE and through the office, there are dollars, just not many and not enough.
And Jeffrey, I'll just offer, there's a UPK program that the voters approved, which is Universal Pre-K, preschool. It covers maximally 10 hours a week for 4-year-olds. So it doesn't expand if you're 5 in preschool or if you're 3 in preschool, and it's a portion of the week for those kids. So that is some of it, and it's up to you to decide if you think that that's in your discretion to decide if that's sufficient. I have a question. Do you know the full budget for Kids First?
I think it's
'Cause you said 612.
That was
but
just
what's the
tuition
full-
assistance.
Right.
Tuition assistance line. You know, off the top of my head, Kelly, I don't want to say, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, so I don't want to misstate that.
Sure. I'm just curious because
We
it's
can-
helpful to know, like, what do they keep for,
Yeah.
like, what do they keep for admin? What's actually making it to
Public
families?
record, so.
Looks like Christine might know.
What's
But I just don't have it off the top of my head, so.
If you want to come
What's
up.
their sales tax generated per year with their percentage that they receive?
Yeah. You know what, I don't want to misspeak that, but we
Yeah,
can get
that's
it.
information I think that
I
would
have
be.
it actually on my desk in my office.
Yeah.
I just don't have it in my.
We'll just let you.
Well,
run
you'll have
down
another
there.
crack. We hope you have another crack at this. And then, how has so Eagle has said they have enough background about early childhood and what you're trying to do to come for a first reading on the service plan. What was the conversation with Garfield County like?
It was very, very positive. All three commissioners were very supportive. They raised some issues that we will address at subsequent meetings in Garfield County, but I think it's fair to say that all three of the commissioners, they were very supportive of moving the plan forward to voters.
What were their issues? Do you remember?
I can speak. I
yeah,
was
please.
Yeah,
there.
thank you.
Honestly, the biggest issue was our precinct mapping. So they had some questions about how Western Garfield County was mapped out. And that was kind of it, really, for their technical questions. They had, they were very supportive. One commissioner who said he doesn't like taxes and won't vote for taxes was still very in favor of moving this forward because he understands the value of early childhood education and development. Overall, it was a really positive. We didn't actually get a lot of technical questions, so it was really more about the precinct mapping.
So they just felt they needed more representation by board members?
Yeah.
But
Even though they may be raising less of the tax revenue?
I think their concern was that there was a difference in the number of electors in each of the districts.
That's what I'm,
And the issue there is, as you well know, to administer an election, you've got to have the same ballot within a precinct. You can't have two different ballot styles within a certain precinct.
right.
And so within the precincts, as they're laid out in Garfield County, we got as close as we could, but there's about an 800 voter difference or registered voter difference between the two big districts in Garfield, and that was troubling. We will go back and explain that with the current precinct boundaries, that is as close as we can get to.
And they were looking
equal.
at population size and not electors number. So we just need to have a conversation and directly address that.
So how does their, can I just
Yes,
tag
go
on?
ahead.
How does their delay in allowing you to move forward affect your ability to move forward?
No delay.
There's not a delay.
Oh, so they didn't, they just have questions, they
They-
haven't asked
they
any
have
questions,
set a
but they told
public
you
hearing.
to move forward despite the fact they don't have answers to their questions.
Correct. So yesterday, they set our public hearing for March 17th.
Okay. It's just the timeframe's getting really tight.
It is.
Especially, I have to say, especially if you want to put it on the ballot in 2025.
Yeah.
Good luck.
We're on
why
track
we're
so
here now.
far, and we're
But you haven't even started a campaign yet. That's the fun part.
Well, we have to get all this stuff done
I know.
first. So.
Okay, you had additional folks here that you wanted to bring up to speak? Thank you. Go ahead.
I think I'm going to go first.
Okay.
So I come to you with multiple hats on, a partner, of course, in your own early childhood work, a voter of the county, and a mother. So I have been really passionate and engaged in this work for all my 15 plus years at Aspen Community Foundation, as well as my 21 years as a mother, recognizing the struggles, recognizing just not only my own struggles, but the struggles that other families have had, and then with my ACF hat on, just looking at how regionally it's become even more and more of an issue when we look at the development of the children, we look at our workforce, we look at the economy and how things are becoming really interconnected and kind of hinging on these, won't say small things, but hinging on things like childcare, how that makes such a huge difference and ripple effect across our community, across our region. You guys know the data, the majority, maybe at 60% of your workforce is coming into the county, in and out of the county every day to work, whether it's in Aspen, Snowmass Village. That's a big number. And we have to really start thinking about these intractable issues, if you will, as a regional thing. We're not going to solve them by digging into our boundaries or digging into our jurisdictions. We're only going to solve them from a community-led regional approach. And so that's why with this work, the CC Coalition, which I have been involved in when it was just a really nascent idea, gosh, 8-9 years ago now, I'm very passionate about seeing where we are now and moving this to the finish line. So I hope that you will continue to work with us on this, and you will help us move this forward so we can at least give it a fighting chance at the ballot. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions with any of my hats on that you may have.
Greg.
Valerie, since I know you the best of everyone here, thank you for all coming and presenting to us. I guess my concern is it sounds, and I don't know enough about this to really be conversant, but I'm concerned about redundancy. I'm concerned about efficiency of administration. Is there a more efficient way to deliver the money to the programs, or the parents in that case, than creating a new entity that does this? I could imagine creating the taxing district, but is there any other more efficient way we could work with someone who's already doing this? Or maybe perhaps it's not. Maybe this is a unicorn.
I don't think that the question is a bad one. I think it's a lot of resources. I'll put my ACF hat on. It's a lot of resources for the current organizations that we have out in community to manage, right? There's not capacity. And when I think about certain organizations out there that could potentially play this role, it would be I'm not sure how much we'd have to spend on increasing their capacity to do it, rather than creating something new. I think, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, Trey, but I think the board, the elected board, can decide how the dollars actually get allocated, how they get managed, if you will. So it could be they decide to partner with someone, with an entity already in community, or they could decide to stand up their own administrative structure. That's going to be up to the elected board. Again, when I look at the landscape, I see there's going to be we need to invest in capacity in either scenario in order to get those dollars out the door.
The only thing I would add to that is where we think we get efficiencies out of this district is from the fact that it is regional, and it allows us to address the region-wide issue. We listened before this presentation to your presentation on housing, and we noticed that there was a strong suggestion there that a regional approach is important in the housing context. We think the same is true for early childhood care and education. An Aspen-only approach is great, and it helps, but we think the need and the efficiencies here are going to come from a regional approach. Hope that's helpful.
I'll comment, and then I have two questions, and then I'll go to Francie. You know, the child tax care, the child credit, tax credit, did more to lift families out of poverty than like any other program that we've observed in decades. So something like that at the federal level might answer your question about, is there something more that could be done to help with this? But you know, that's different than this, but I think there are other things that might have bigger impact. So we're voting for the 5 district members at the same time that the special district plan would be elected. How do you recruit for those? Like, what's the plan to get people on the ballot for those districts?
Well, Madam Chair, if you're interested, we'd love to get you.
No, I'm not. Thank you. I have a lot of hats that I wear, but thank you.
We have a very broad coalition and many very active members of that coalition, and I would expect that we'll have a process within that coalition to identify.
So that'll go to the voters. Like, will people be able to petition? Like, how does that work? If you don't have the service districts set up yet, then how do you get people on the ballot to run for those districts?
Yeah, we propose the initial board. They will be 4-year terms, staggered. So I think we've got it set up so that there are 2 that are up in 2 years and 3 that are up in 4 years. And so once that initial board is elected, 2 years later, anyone who wishes to run in those 2 districts can do so, and then 2 years after that for the remaining
So
3.
what if someone wants to stand for election this year?
Let us know.
No, can I just help, maybe?
Yeah.
You'd follow the same guidelines as you would for, if the board had already, if the district had already been set up. But the election of the board members would be contingent upon the passing of the district. So you'd say, you've got to, follow the campaign rules, you've got to probably do a petition to get on, et cetera, et cetera. But if the district doesn't pass, and you get elected, you don't
You
have
got nowhere to
anything
go. But I'm just wondering, if you don't have a board that's created already to help facilitate an election, how do you recruit, or how do people petition to stand for that
Tell
election?
them maybe
is
you'll
what
be
I-
elected if you can help us create a
So
district.
whoever the contact is for the service plan, someone would contact you and say, I want to stand for election in District 5?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there
Well,
is no seat to stand for now, so we put an initial board up, and then there is, if we're successful.
No, not a seat to stand for, I love that.
That's right, that's right.
Or to sit for, or whichever.
Yeah.
It's a crazy system. It's like Churchill said about democracy, it's the worst system ever devised except for all the others. So you could say that about our special district system. Fair?
Okay, let's go to Francie, and then I'd love to have you invite anyone else up who wishes to speak. Francie, go ahead.
Well, I have been trying really hard not to say this, but I think this is an interesting idea, and I think it's a good way to fund childcare in an economy that needs it. But I'm just really sad that we have an economy and a society where children go into childcare at age like 2 weeks. It just breaks my heart. And
Younger.
for me, I chose not having money over taking my children to childcare. Not that there was any childcare in the rural region where I lived, but had I wanted to. And it just makes me sad that people can't choose that in this economy. And I don't really think it's in the best interest of children to be in childcare starting when they're infants. And I'm just sad.
All right. Thank you, Francie. And I will note, we've done a lot around this board to expand parental leave and support parental leave and family leave at the state level. And this is, I think, part of that program for healthy children and families. All right, who else would you like to invite up?
Don't fight over it, guys.
It's like picking
We
the
have
board.
15 minutes. I think that should be plenty of time for anyone who wishes to comment.
Hi.
Christine.
How are you? Thanks for having us. I'm Christine Benedetti. I'm the board president for the Early Learning Center of Aspen, which is the Upper Valley's largest child care provider. I have a 3-year-old who's currently enrolled at the ELC and a now first grader who attended ELC from 3 months old and through pre-K. In Aspen, as you're aware, we have a 0.45% sales tax that funds Kids First. And I can't answer your question about the budget. I think last year it was $4.5 million, and about $1.7 million went to providers and families through subsidies. So, off the cuff. This has been in place for more than 3 decades and has supported thousands of families. The funding is multi-pronged. It offers provider subsidies, it funds teachers with continuing and quality care education, and finally it supports families with financial aid. And it's still tough for Up Valley providers to stay afloat and for families to afford childcare. Even with the subsidies, I'm paying $20,000 a year for 1 child to be in preschool. And with 2 under the age of 5, it was the cost of college tuition. Something that people save decades for, but a benefit that you cannot plan for as a young family. The success of the Aspen tax that supports Kids First has helped to inform and shape the Confluence Early Childhood Special District proposal before you today. Having learned from Aspen's experience, we are seeking to grow impact in a regional way. As you well know, early childhood education is a critical part of children's development, the most important, arguably, as their brain is developing faster than at any other point in their life. Studies show that quality and consistent early childhood education impacts long-term social, cognitive, emotional, and physical development. So why should a community care about its kids when it's arguably the parent's job? First of all, these long-term benefits transition into healthy teenagers and adults. By setting kids up for success, we're setting communities up for success. and potentially avoiding costly services that manifest in adulthood. Secondly, stable child care is an economic contributor. When child care is prohibitive from an access or financial standpoint, then parents, most often the mother, drop out of the workforce. By funding child care, you're supporting families who can return to work and a fundamental part of our labor and values infrastructure. Establishing Confluence Early Childhood Special District would enable us to secure a sustainable regional public funding source to supplement existing federal, state, and local government investments, philanthropic funding, and parent payments. It would provide greater stability in a fractured funding environment and give providers and families more certainty about the future. I urge you to support the creation of this special district and tax. Culturally, we've made the decision to support kindergartners through high schoolers, and it's time to extend that to the most vulnerable part of our population. Thank you.
Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
How did you know?
Because you gave me the little.
So Christine, thanks. I was just thinking about what Francie said, and I feel totally comfortable asking naive questions. Does the program as it exists now actually subsidize parents who might not want to put their kids in child care but might take the subsidy and homeschool them like Francie did, or keep
Kids
them at home?
First does not.
It doesn't.
As far as
I'm
I
just
know.
wondering if that's a model
And this
that's
will
even
be-
available to people. Could we pay people to stay home and take care of their kids?
It's an
Just a
interesting
thought.
idea,
I don't know. I'm
but-
trying to answer
Only if they
Francie's
live in
concern
affordable housing.
as well.
Really good question.
What's that, Francie?
That's a really good question.
Anyway, I think it's interesting. The other thing I was going to ask is, if we create this district, are we creating an attraction, or is it going to, are people who are just outside the district going to be doing everything they can to get into it? And is there any way we could make it big enough that it covered a larger swath of the western slope?
Well, Eagle County already has a lodging tax devoted to childcare, and they do provide teacher stipends, similar to what you're doing. And I think there are some tuition assistance, I'm looking at Maggie, tuition assistance programs through that. So I don't think we'll have people coming from Eagle necessarily. The rest of the western slope, I don't know. I mean, it's, you know,
Might
the
be a
other
hard
issue,
lift.
the other issues here, right? Where are they going to live? Housing is still going to be an issue. So I don't think we're going to have a massive migration for childcare if we pass this district. I think we're going to make it a lot easier for families to stay here and for families to be more comfortable living here and not have to make those hard choices.
Finally, when you presented this, funding would go to the schools themselves, or it would go to the parents themselves for the care of their kids in the form of an annual check or a semester, or whatever. However, how would that look?
It would go to the programs directly.
Where their kids are.
Where their kids are.
Okay, it wouldn't go to the parents directly. Okay,
No,
I
and
thought I
that's
heard you
kind of
say
what
that
you were
earlier.
talking
And I
about
thought,
when you think of
well,
more of a
yeah.
child development credit or subsidy. That I think I've heard conversations at the state level, well, just kind of in advocacy groups on, and have not heard a lot of political viability of that idea. But I think it's a good one.
I come up with a lot of dead on arrival ideas. I can tell you, they'll confirm it.
Patty?
Yeah, will it apply to home cares?
Yes.
So it'll apply to any legally licensed childcare facility. Okay, that's one thing.
And
The other thing.
and licensing assistance also for.
Oh, really? For
in-
childcare? Oh, that's
for
great
informal
because
care
it's very
providers.
difficult to go through that
And
process.
through
and the
quality
new Department of Early
improvement
Childhood
supports.
Education has made it even more confusing to go through childcare licensing.
Exactly.
That's something I would pay a lot of money to get them to figure out what they're doing down there.
Right.
But
There's a lot of
the
barriers.
other thing,
Lot of
again, not to be negative about this, I think we have a lot coming up on the 2026 ballot, which you noted. The board's going to be discussing some issues next week at our retreat. 2025 is a short time frame to campaign. Ask Rachel Richards when she helped create the RAFTA expansion district. It was not an easy task. And for me, shopping, say, at Target, which already has a high tax because they're a special district for their roads and street improvement, it's gonna put things over the top. On top of that, if the federal administration goes through with their tariff increases, we're gonna see a rise in cost of basic fundamental food and things people need in their homes. So people are going to be expecting a lot of whammies coming up. So this is going to take a lot of effort, and it's important that we bring all the jurisdictions who may have concerns about increasing their sales tax even more on board with this. And I think Pickens County, we're going to have our hands full with our own Healthy Community Fund, which is going to come up for reauthorization, which funds a huge amount of local nonprofits. So I have to apologize ahead of time. That's where my efforts are going to be as far as a campaign for 2026 ballot.
Thanks, Patty. You did raise a question that I think merits some clarification about the exempted goods.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? Because I do have a question about that for us locally.
Sure. So a special district does not have the power to create its own exemptions. We get the state sales tax. Whatever is taxed under state sales tax is taxed for the special district tax. However, under state law, there are a number of exemptions that are specifically intended to address the regressivity of sales tax. So excluded are food, medicine, medical devices, feminine hygiene products,
diapers,
gas, diapers. So kind of the necessities for a family are already excluded from sales tax under state law, and those exclusions would apply here as well.
Okay, so that doesn't create any burden for us, John, about how we process and push through sales tax collections.
The state process.
It's the same standard. The other question is, though, have you decided or determined where the majority of that sales tax is going to be generated, that $10 million a year?
Yeah, there is a table in the plan on that. So it would be roughly half of that would be generated in Pitkin County.
5.6 million in Pitkin.
Yeah, so that's another thing we've heard from our voters in the past, like with RAFTA and stuff. We're generating so much of the revenue here, when you talk, because we do, and then the money's going to be used in Parachute, which I think is appropriate, but I'm not sure the voters will agree with me on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an issue. This is also where the jobs are. So it's important for that reason. It's also where the tourists are. So one advantage of sales tax, of course, is that's paid by, in large part, in a community like this, it's paid by.
Let's encourage more tourists to pay for that sales tax. We've had long discussions about that because of the amount of money for the workers that come up here. They don't spend it here. They spend it in Rifle at Walmart or Super Walmart. They don't tend to spend it at Carl's Pharmacy.
And they're going to pay for it there.
Yeah.
They will.
Yeah, so because the workers are up here and the numbers are up here, doesn't mean the money is spent here or the sales tax is generated here.
Okay. Yeah, come on. Rob, are you going to come join us? You might be our last.
I wasn't originally on the agenda to speak, but we had several who weren't able to attend, so I just wanted to offer some perspectives. For those whom I haven't met, most of you I've met in the past, I was the superintendent of the Roaring Fork School District until 2 years ago. I've been involved with this project since before its inception. I recall our early meetings in 2016, and then we formalized in 2017. And all the school districts from Aspen Parachute have been charter members. They've been involved from the start, and all the superintendents have been at the table because, first and foremost, we really understand the importance of early childhood education. I was a high school teacher, and when I started to learn the research, the most important, and I think Christy made this point, intervention known is early childhood education. Not only for school readiness, but for school success, for college admissions, for future prospects economically, for lifetime earnings, for avoiding the criminal justice system. So the returns are enormous, and we've mostly been focusing on the economic imperative, which is also important. That is that working families need child care for their children. But as an educator, I just have to attest first and foremost that we're doing this for our kids. The other thing I knew, like in Roaring Fork Schools, for example, we had hundreds of Pitkin students. We had one of our high schools, Basalt High School, situated in Pitkin County. So I really understand the importance of a regional approach to any problem. I work closely with John and the other county through COVID. And we couldn't have done it. You couldn't just say, well, we're going to do vaccines, but if you don't live within Pitkin County, that doesn't inoculate our population. You have to take a regional regional approach to everything. We work with Picken in housing, in healthcare, in other educational goals, and this would just be one more. One thing that I don't know about early childhood attendance, but I do know that there is a tendency for water to flow downhill and for children to flow uphill in our region, so that kids from RE2 would tend to come to Roaring Fork, and kids from Roaring Fork in small numbers would tend to come to the Aspen schools. And so we investigated that and learned it wasn't because of program choice as much. There were some who chose the programs that they preferred upriver, so to speak, but more it was the economic choice that they were exercising, so parents would bring their kids to their jobs for school. Again, that's school, that's K-12, but I think we're seeing the same. So we really have to take a regional approach to our educational challenges, and we can't just do it on our own.
Gosh, I've only seen my grandkids float downhill in the river.
I know, I'm going downhill too.
Yeah, the water's still going down. I hope I said that correctly.
But they do go to school 3 blocks upstream from their house, so we're good there.
Thank you. I would just like to comment, you all know I've been a long supporter of supporting early childhood education. I think it's one of the rare interventions that have like huge compounding factors, for every one, child that we're putting in childcare, that's 2 parents that get to go work, and so you have a class of 10, and so you get 20 parents that get to go work. And I think just what we've seen with, the cost of living concerns here and the income inequality that we experience here, that this is one of the ways where we can actually try and start to make a positive recalibration of the scale of lowering that cost of living expense for people in a way that continues to contribute to the economy. It's not just a handout. It's a real, I think, fundamental structural support. So I hope that we'll put this on the ballot, whether you individually have concerns with elements of the plan or choose to privately vote one way or another. That's what I'd hope the board will do today, is set this for first reading on
February 26th.
Thank you, Jeanette, February 26th. And we're gonna wrap up, so final questions, and if we have agreement to do that, it would be nice to know that now. Greg?
I think it's great. I really appreciate all the time and you've spent 8 or 9 years already trying to sort this out, and knowing the people in the room as I do, I'm really impressed with this, and I don't know what all my questions will be yet, but I can just think back to my own misspent youth. If I'd had this, things could have been different.
God, I wish he'd had that.
Thank you. All right. So I'm gonna read into that optimism as encouragement to put this on for first reading. Other board members, Jeffrey?
Thank you for your time in getting to this point. Please treat the financial plan not as obligatory as part of the state statute. There's more than errors that we discussed today. I'm disappointed in Appendix B.
You got to speak up louder.
You can't hear you,
talk too
Jeffrey.
soft.
Anybody online?
We heard it
He's
loud
bringing
and
it
clear.
back, yeah.
Yeah, but if you
Budget.
watch the meetings online, you can't hear them, so.
Yeah, Jeffrey, you just gotta speak up, dude.
Okay, Dudette, I really appreciate your time. We've met before, so I appreciate the insight and getting up to speed both through Ashley, Maggie, and Valerie. So I really appreciate your time and effort into this. And what I said is, please take the numbers as seriously as you do the program. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Are you a thumbs up to put it on first reading?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll
Patty?
be seeing you again.
Okay, Francie, are we?
Yes, I'm definitely in favor of moving it on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Really
Thank
nice
you.
to see you.
Thanks for coming.
Appreciate
Great
all. Thank you so
presentation.
much.
Guys,
Okay, what do
Good
we
job,
have
Kelly.
next? We have a lease agreement. This is newly added to the agenda. It must be emergent.
It's not necessarily emergent. It's coming in front of you in the regular meeting, and we thought it might just be good to socialize it a little bit
well,
before.
Okay.
while we're gearing up, just so you guys know, we just got something from Sam about a redrafted application for the Redstone liquor license. there's some updates or clarifications.
All
Just want to
right,
make
we
sure
have some
everybody has
homework for tonight.
I want to make sure everybody has a chance to read it tonight and don't miss it. Because
Okay.
we've also received another 10 public comments. So while they're coming up, I want to make a quick public service announcement. People need to realize it's very difficult for us to be reading all these comments that are coming in at this late hour. And a lot of them have asked for us to respond to them. We've received hundreds of comments. It's difficult to respond to that. I'll make that again tomorrow at the meeting, so you know, just so people know. We're trying our best.
All right, welcome.
Wait, who's the guy in the black shirt next to you? Oh, he's the black sheep. Leaving the flock.
All right, we're talking about some
Hey, Dan.
airport parking.
Well, yeah, and probably more than just the airport parking.
Okay.
That's part of it. But last year, we took advantage of an ending management contract with Laz, who's currently managing the airport parking lots. And the problems we've had at Buttermilk and the problems we had at the Health and Human Services. So we combined basically all of the county parking lots into one RFP. And we received 7, I believe, different proposals from professional parking companies to take over these lots and manage them for us at our direction. And the airport lots were part of that, Buttermilk and Health and Human Services. So today we want to just introduce that subject back to the board. I know we've talked to the board about Buttermilk in the past, and I'd like to talk to you again about that. And then Dan and Diane will talk about the airport. But my name is Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. Patty?
Could you tell I had a question? I thought we were also going to try to include some management at the Brush Creek Park and Ride. Because I know the city's been managing it, but we haven't had a lot of successful management there.
Yeah, so that has not been changed yet. So the ownership of that lot hasn't changed. And currently the city has a lease with CDOT to take on that management.
Okay, so we have, that'll be a future.
That's coming in the future.
Thank
That's
you
right.
very much. Because
Right.
we get a lot of concerns raised about that parking lot.
Absolutely, yes, we do. And we'll talk about that.
And
in
none
the
about
future.
these other ones.
But, so again, I'll just talk about Health and Human Services and Buttermilk quickly. Buttermilk has about 300 parking spaces. In the past, we had contracted with the city to manage them. To manage Buttermilk, they are no longer interested in helping us out. So we needed a company to help us manage paid parking there. So we are looking at paid parking at Buttermilk for the summer and winter seasons. At the board's direction, we will reserve up to 30 spots for free day parking nearest the RAFTA bus stop. So people can park at Buttermilk for free, get on RAFTA and ride into town, or get on their bike and ride into town. So we'll make sure that happens. But the rest of the lot, just as it was previously with the city, would be a paid daily parking situation with a company that we will be contracting with for all the lots called SP Plus. And I believe the airport met with SP Plus today, and I'll be meeting with them Thursday to figure out the technology that we'll deploy at Buttermilk and Health and Human Services to solve the parking problems there. So Buttermilk is handled differently than the Health and Human Services. While there's paid parking for Buttermilk, Health and Human Services will be a free condition, but it will be primarily for staff parking for Health and Human Services and for their clients. But we need to manage that better because we have people parking in there and riding their bike up Castle Creek or going skiing and using it for inappropriate reasons. So there's about 60 spots at Health and Human Services, and that capacity is taken up just by the needs of Health and Human Services. So we want to enforce parking regulations there. SP Plus will be doing that as well. Before I give it to Dan and Diane, back to Buttermilk, this revenue will be used for, of course, managing parking at Buttermilk, taking care of those paved lots because there's maintenance required and then repaving required. And then possibly we could use that money for additional transit services out of Brush Creek Park and Ride. So we could pay for additional shuttles out of Brush Creek through the airport and to Buttermilk. So if people don't want to pay to park at Buttermilk to go skiing, they can park it free at Brush Creek, get on a shuttle, and go to Buttermilk that way. So Those are those two lots.
Well, I'm raising my hand. I can call on myself.
We'll
Thank
call on
you.
you,
Thank
Kelly.
you. This is, well, I think from a community perspective, this is a big deal for Buttermilk. And I'm curious how conversations are going with RAFTA and SkiCo. If it will affect, right now there's skier shuttles that circle through Buttermilk to take people to all the mountains. Will that move then to Brush Creek Park and Ride instead? Do we have the whole lot, or are we talking about components of Buttermilk lot? And then my last question related to all that is, will we have to do some redesign or something in order to there's a lot of aisle entryways in these for people to come in. And, some people just come in, drop off, and then leave. So, like, how do you envision all that functioning?
Yeah, and so first question is, most of the parking, the 300 spots are the two lots right next to each other, right adjacent to Owl Creek Road and Highway 82.
Those are
the darker
county.
paved lots, those are ski company owned.
Okay.
So most of it's county owned. We will be so SP Plus just came on board. So we're having the initial meetings with them. We may change circulation there, but the idea would be to continue to allow free drop-off and people to access Buttermilk, drop their folks off for free, and then leave. We're not going to charge for access. The first meetings we'll have with SP Plus will be with the ski company. That it's such a critical component to the success of their business that we want to make sure they're on board for any changes that are had there.
Patty and then Jeffrey.
So the larger portion where the trucks usually park, staging areas, what's our thought there? Because I know we've been leasing out spaces there or rent.
Yeah, and yes.
That'll-
So I think the direction we're going is really to have it just all paid parking. So there'll be paid day parking for up to, and we can talk about this more in depth later, but for up to 6 days as we've had in the past. So if someone wants to park a tractor trailer out there and they take up 2 spaces, they can do that and pay for parking, just
For
like
6
everyone
days.
else. For up to 6 days.
Up to 6 days.
So there's no long-term beyond 6 days of parking.
And overnight camping.
And no overnight camping.
Jeffrey, sorry. Thank you.
Couple questions. Couple questions. Given there's no charging network in the Upper Valley currently, like including the Brush Creek Park and Ride has no charging, there's a few chargers left at Buttermilk. So do I have to pay to charge and pay to park?
That's I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay,
but
so
we'll bring that back.
right now I pay to charge at Buttermilk because there is no charging at Brush Creek. So I'm limited in terms of Up Valley charging choices. And then the follow-on question is, I'm assuming you're going to say yes, that both West and Tyhack remain free?
So
West Buttermilk and Tyhack remain free?
So West and Tyhack are managed by the ski company.
Okay.
This is why we need to meet with them, so we're all we're all on board with
Yeah.
the changes. Ironically, the charging stations at Buttermilk would be in the free area for day parking.
So that's part of my 30 RAFTA spaces?
Yes, that's correct.
Inclusive of 30, or there's only 6 there's 6 chargers that may work?
Right, so those chargers would be within the area that we would have free for RAFTA access.
Can I ask, when you park in the parking garage to use their chargers, you pay for parking and the charger?
Whose parking garage, sorry?
The city's parking garage, just so you know. I think you pay for both.
Just changed. Yep.
Yeah. What, just?
It just changed to
Yeah, to
pay
pay for the parking and the charger.
And I want to be clear, because you're going to have an item on your agenda tomorrow. Is that correct? Is it tomorrow or is it the next?
It's tomorrow on
meeting?
our very short
Thank
agenda
you.
that we have.
Yeah, and so all of these issues can easily get conflated, and we wanted to describe them together because we thought there'd be some questions about parking. So what the board is approving is actually a lease tomorrow at the airport for a small facility on the airport for the company to operate out of. But because it's the company that's operating parking, which is a contract that doesn't necessarily come back to the board under our procurement code, but because it's related to parking, we wanted you to understand the kind of broader context of what's being managed. A lot of the questions that we're asking are going to be subject, for example, at Buttermilk. We are bringing the company on, but one of the first meetings, if I'm not mistaken, Brian, is going to be sitting down with Ski Company on the management and opportunities, because they have an interest, as you're pointing out, Kelly, in how circulation works. I think they're going to have an interest, particularly in how winter parking will work, and they may want to partner with us in some different ways, and I think we've got flexibility for that. So we're going to keep coming back to you, particularly I think on Buttermilk, because that is going to be probably one of the bigger changes, I think, here. And then we also have HHS, which we're going to get to, and hopefully some new ideas emerging with this contractor in the airport. But we didn't want to conflate we thought we'd conflate it today instead of tomorrow to try and shorten the item tomorrow.
Let me go to Francie, and then I'll go Greg, and then Patty.
Thanks, Kelly. I want to go back to Jeffrey's comments, which I heard really well. And I agree that the chargers are something that we can't just sort of make a minor issue. They're a major issue for those of us who depend on them. So I would say that access to the Buttermilk chargers, it has saved me before. I've had to sit in there and wait while I charge so I could get home. They're going to continue to be the only chargers between here and Down Valley until the Brush Creek chargers are up and running. So Brian, when will they be up and running?
I don't have a timeline for Brush Creek. I can tell you we're going to try to have the fast chargers at Public Works available for public charging once we get switchgear involved. But it will be a paid charging situation.
And when will that happen, do you think?
I'm hoping in March. That's what I've been told.
Oh, cool. Okay, but and so when will we know about Brush Creek? Because it definitely affects a lot of people.
Yeah, and that was contingent on receiving a grant that we did not receive, so that's why I don't have a date for you.
And a lot of those charging grants have been withdrawn by the new administration.
Correct.
Yeah, and they're going to have more withdrawn, but okay, so is there some other way we can figure out to fund them?
Yes, we just don't have that right now.
Okay. All right, thanks. Sorry to digress. I just had you there, so, captive audience. Thank you.
My turn.
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to note, just to rub it in, I think 31.5% of new car sales in Colorado were EVs in the fourth quarter of '24. Might have been the third quarter, but it jumped up dramatically, and it doesn't look like it's going to change. I think we're transitioning to EVs fairly rapidly. So we just have to keep that in mind. If there's a way we could carve out additional space for the EV chargers there, maybe we have to get rid of some of the median or the buffer zone. It wouldn't bother me to carve into that if we could. So regarding the chargers, the HHS, it looks like it's a dedicated parking area for their clients and their staff. So that'll probably be a different management system than what we're going to see at Buttermilk, which is going to be partly paid parking and partly free. And then the airport will be something different. So it's like you've got 3 separate or 4 different scenarios for managing the parking. And I'm sure they're going to talk to you about that. You didn't have to illustrate it, but I was just contemplating how different each situation is. And we haven't gotten to the airport yet.
That's right, they are. And Health and Human Services is more an enforcement provision, while Buttermilk is more of a paid parking condition. And the chargers at Buttermilk are Ski Company chargers. They did that in cooperation with Holy Cross.
Okay, great.
We allowed that to happen. We gave them a lease for that.
Would HHS be able to use a gate? So their customer or client goes in the gate comes down, they take their ticket and get it punched inside?
As John said, we're going to bring this back to the board once we get those details ironed out.
Yeah, that'll come back. Just wanted to, I don't have to ask it tomorrow then.
We wanted to select a company that we thought brought the most options for managing these different parking scenarios as you've laid out, Greg, and that we thought would bring the more innovative solutions as beneficial to the airport and their unique needs, as well as what we're trying to bring on with Buttermilk and HHS. And we're all responding to a little bit different circumstances and situations. And so as they're bringing the expertise, we wanted to bring them on as a thought partner and bring it back. But this is, we didn't want the confusion to be conflated with the lease item tomorrow.
Oh, can I add one more thing just on the skier shuttles? Since you'll be talking to SkiCo and all that, to go to Brush Creek and Park and not be able to get to Highlands is frustrating. And I'm hoping they can solve that, because otherwise you have to drive to Buttermilk and then there's no parking and then the Highlands shuttle. It's just it's a messy situation. And so I've got my own fix for that, which I'm not going to share. But it'd be nice if that parking, SkiCo and RAFTA could sort out, timelines to make that work for skier shuttles out of the intercept lot.
Yes.
I think you can take the bus to Brush Creek, Maroon Creek, and then take the bus up to Highlands. And we have a great bus system, so for people with EVs that can't find chargers, they could ride the bus.
That's true.
Just because you have an EV doesn't mean you need to be a car on the road, because the cars are counted by numbers.
Same for gas cars. Okay, go ahead. But we digress.
Well, you already did. I was just following your lead.
One last Buttermilk. It's the one affordable thing left in the valley in terms of skiing. It's now $63 a day for day parking at Snowmass. So please don't hurt us. We want to ski. So please be really careful in the pricing on this. And I think anything that you decide in terms of pricing will be rejected by the public, because it's sort of the last place that's a local resort with a few options in terms of where to start your day.
Bus system.
These details will come back to the board.
Yeah.
So the airport is going to be much more involved because of all the issues we have. So that the actual parking issues at the airport will come back to us later.
Actually, I can explain some of those to you today.
I don't know if that's up to Kelly.
Well, I'm waiting for, yes, we have time, and I think we're going to hear about what is envisioned at the airport.
Sure.
Please, go ahead.
So when it comes to pricing, one of the things is we don't want to have Buttermilk so high that all of a sudden the airport becomes the cheap option, and then people park at the airport and then go skiing, and then our customers can't have. So we will definitely be working those items out for sure. So with this new parking management company, SP Plus is their name. They do parking for facilities, especially airports all over the country. But we're going to make some modifications to how we do business out there with this new company, and they bring some newer technology that will help us manage the system out there. So they have a traffic engineer in-house that is going to look at some of our, our schematics for our parking. They're not increasing pavement or anything like that. They're looking at, they might be able to optimize how our pavement, our lots are striped and managed. And they think they can pull another 40 to 50 positions out of there.
Crazy.
That'll be fantastic right now, because as you know, during many times of the year and even the summer now, we're constrained and we're having to send people away. There are not any other options, especially, Brush Creek's not an option because you can't park there more than a certain number of hours. You can't park there overnight, where most people that fly will be there overnight. So that is one thing they're looking into. They're looking at some enhanced
I got pictures
signage
of the bus signage.
No, they won't deal with the bus signage. We can do that.
No, but
yes. But as far as signage that says lot full or those kind of things that give people a little more real-time information, they're going to be looking at that. Even don't park here. This is on the grass. You shouldn't be parked. Those kind of just obvious yet concerns of ours. They're going to also have an enhanced reservation system. Right now, one of the problems we're having is somebody will make a reservation, they'll get there, and the lots are full. And what the person is told by our existing parking management firm is, oh, well, okay, we're full, we'll refund your reservation fee.
That doesn't help.
A bit of a gut punch right there.
Exactly.
So this new company has told us that they can actually reserve a spot specifically, physically, for anybody that has a reservation that day. and they'll make sure that that spot is available when they get there.
And you're charged for it whether or not you use it if you've reserved it and haven't canceled your reservation.
Yes. Yeah, if you haven't canceled your reservation, you don't use it, yep. And everything will be tied to license plate readers now. So as far as, we'll still have the gate arms, because that's a control issue. But anybody that enters or exits the parking facility will have their license plate read. That ties to who gets charged for it. But the big thing about that is no more lost ticket fees. What we run into a lot out there is we have a fairly minimum lost ticket fee. Somebody will be gone for 3 months and say, oh, I lost my ticket.
It's a flat $75.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That doesn't happen anymore with this new company right now. We'll also be able to track vehicles that may come in there. We have some issues with some commercial entities in town that are parking their customer vehicles there. We'll be able to track that. We'll have people that come in there, and because it makes for a very inexpensive lodging, if you will, and you can't go to Brush Creek, you can't camp there, it allows us to track those vehicles now and how long that vehicle has been there, other things like that. So we'll be able to do a lot with that. We'll be having an agreement coming to eventually, I'm not sure when, we're having negotiations with this company called Turo that does, it's a peer-to-peer rental car, similar like Airbnb but for cars. That has been a difficult agreement to get to because how they operate at other airports. This will allow us to manage them much more efficiently. As I mentioned, we can track the long-term vehicles. Sorry, my computer's a little slow. And they will also provide us advanced analytics, enhanced analytics. So we can do a number of things to find out potentially where vehicles are coming from based on their, the registered address, all of that kind of stuff with this new company. And that little booth right there, that's what we're bringing the lease for you back tomorrow. Everything else is just an agreement or contract, but it's that little booth that.
Carpool kiosk.
Yep.
Could we put a loft in it so they could sleep upstairs?
We could.
Double the
you
rent.
interested, Brian? We can do that. Yeah.
Patty?
Yes. So the concerns that we've been hearing, whether or not it's valid or not, I don't know, is that employees get to park for free.
Yes.
And there's been some misuse that we've alleged misuse, that employees then park there for free and go skiing all day or going to Aspen. So I don't know if this new I don't want to be a big brother and say, because we appreciate the employees there, but when they're taking parking places and we get calls from other employees who actually have a shift they need to work and can't park, there's a little bit of an issue and concern there.
We actually had a discussion with SP Plus today about that, and they may be able to provide some options.
So you could
to
do a
control that.
random check of an employee.
That's exactly what they were looking
license plate that
into.
came through that goes with their parking
Mhm.
thing, and say, you didn't work 5 of those shifts you parked there.
Correct.
Can you justify that you came in at the last minute, you weren't on the schedule, or whatever?
Well, and the other thing is that most people will work for the ground handlers for the flight benefits. They're not doing it for the paycheck necessarily.
Right.
So what we're doing now, but this system will be far enhanced with that, would be they get the first 18 hours free. But if they go over a shift, basically, and park over a shift, they're charged beyond the 18 hours. So they get the 18 hours free, but then anything beyond 18 hours, they're charged. So if they're traveling, they pay just like any other
I'm saying if
customer.
they're going skiing.
That one's a little tougher because
But
then
maybe something just to look at in the future.
we did
because
discuss that with them.
I
though.
understand when
can
staff
punch
gets
the
out there to
clock.
go to work and there's no place for them to park.
True.
And the other thing, of course, is the peak times when we have to tell staff, you can't park there for 10 days.
We're
thinking about all those things. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
I had something on the tip of my tongue. Regarding finding 50 new positions, they're not going to be narrowing the spaces, are they? Because
No.
it seems
Oh,
like
no,
cars
we
are
think
getting
it's just-
wider.
They've looked at they came out and surveyed our parking lots and everything, and they believe that just by shifting things around and making it, from a geometric standpoint, a little more efficient, I think they can find some
Great.
additional spots.
That would be
I think
amazing.
increasing the flow would
Could they
make it a
come look
lot
at our
easier to
housing?
maneuver.
I'm sorry, Greg.
They could come and look at our housing as well.
Okay. Any other questions on this shack lease tomorrow?
So tomorrow, it's just
That's a really nice shack. I hope you're
Just
getting
the lease.
serious money for that. That's a nice location.
Well, there's no
What
real.
is the lease amount? We don't have any of those details yet, but if you know.
I don't have those details either, honestly.
So it'll be
yet.
coming to us tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Will we have to adopt an updated, like, master plan or anything like that for buttermilk to make this change?
There's not a master plan for buttermilk.
Or like
Yeah,
intergovernmental
for this area,
agreement
for the
or
parking lots.
MOU or?
The master plan that I think you're thinking of, Kelly, is that there is a master plan for Skico's portion of buttermilk, but that doesn't include our parking. We have a lot of flexibility, and we actually are operating without a specific agreement with Skico on the use of that parking lot. That's different than Brush Creek, of course, where there's, the city has a lease, and I believe there's an IGA involved that would need to be modified.
I guess I was just thinking about the public opportunities to weigh in relative to formally or not.
Yeah, and so we do not have anticipated process around that right now. So if that's something that the board it wants to direct or such, we may want to bring back some possibilities from our discussions first, and then the board could maybe weigh in on whether we need to do some more public process around those or
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking like, we have a concert out at Buttermilk in the summer. Like, how is Skico's unpaid section interacting with our paid section and backpackers or other people that use that? We might want to consider an informal resolution process with a hearing, public hearing. Or one read.
When we do the parking plan, actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
just would flag that as something for consideration, depending on what public feedback starts to be on it.
Okay.
And who do we call if we receive a complaint from a concerned citizen about people sleeping in their vehicles at the intercept lot? Do I call the city? Do I call city parking?
Yeah, city parking department, city holds the lease and the parking department manages that parking.
Apparently, some of the limo services have been housing their drivers out there in their Suburbans. Creative housing.
Uber and Lyft people maybe too.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
guys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Question for Brian, just real quick
Yes.
on a slightly different subject. The road sign, it may be a CDOT sign for the landfill, is getting so deteriorated that
talked
it's
to
almost
Kathy about it.
illegible. And I'm just wondering, do we want to replace it or pull it out and get rid of it?
We
Seems like
requested
it's
that to be removed and they just haven't done it yet.
And we can't do it? We can't just go down and yank it out and put a new one in?
Let me see what we can do.
I thought we were going to
Not
replace it. so-
directed in a public meeting.
Oh.
I thought we were going to
Never
replace it so
mind.
people had a heads up that the landfill is coming up.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so we have the request in CDOT, it just hasn't been done yet.
Okay. Let's get Shoshana on the line. Thank you.
All right, let's move into open discussion.
Guys.
Thank
Thank you. That was
All
my
right,
open
I
discussion.
will-
That was your open discussion. Good thing Brian was here.
Yeah.
Have him.
Serendipitous.
Thank you. So, real quick, just a few minor items, open discussion. They probably could have been, this one probably could have been in future agendas, but Eagle County Ski Day, they have scheduled for March 14th. Looks like they're looking to meet at 10 a.m. at the Intercept lot or 10:30 at the base of
Bless
the
you.
Elk Camp Gondola.
That's
Where are they
Friday the
skiing?
14th.
Snowmass Village.
Are we
They
doing
always
lunch
do
or just
Snowmass.
skiing?
Stop for lunch around 12:30 at Base Camp Bar and Grill, which is, I think, been their kind of standard.
So I'll be there making sure the tables are set up.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing that we've done in years past. And then Charlotte wanted me to make sure that you saw that Steve Child had forwarded a note from the Snowcap Chair regarding the Nicholson Creek name change. I haven't looked at it yet. So
And then,
that's all I
well, we
got
got
for you.
another one today from Hod Nicholson,
Oh.
on top of Steve's lengthy letter. So I think we'd already directed staff to look into what we need to do as far as writing a letter of support, I think.
Yeah, there's a process, and we have not done that yet. No.
I think we need to do that, or Steve's gonna keep sending us. Yeah,
It's not even been a month, dude.
He said he'd
Could
be
we just
on
make
it,
a
and he
decree
stayed
and
on
name
it,
it?
that's for sure.
Can't we just make a decree?
Sure. And then they follow suit.
You have to follow
America
it with
Creek.
the U.S.
I think it's a US, is it GS?
It's the U.S. BGN Executive Secretary, Domestic Names. And
Just
rest
take it to
in-
Trump. He'll do it right away. The Gulf of America only took one sentence.
Oh, okay,
That's
I'll
kind of
let
what I
him
was
know
alluding
that.
to, Francie.
Did we change it already?
sorry.
And Canada became the state of Canada?
That's all I got.
Okay. Other open
can-
discussion members on the board?
Just wanted to
Jeffrey?
confirm the ski time again. It starts at?
It's scheduled for March 14th and 10 a.m. at the intercept lot or 10:30 a.m. at the base of the gondola.
Got it, thank you.
And lunch at somewhere in between. We'll figure that detail out when I
12:30
need to be
lunch
there.
at base camp.
Alrighty. Jeffrey?
I'm going back to Nicholson for a second. I'm comfortable with the name change, but I want, from a legal perspective, advice from Rye that there's no change in access along Nicholson Creek. We have two neighbors who may want to impede access, and so given the name change, I want full public access because that trailhead is to the U.S. Forest Service, to White River National Forest, is that backyard.
I'm confused. You
So-
think the name change will trigger?
I would like legal advice to ensure that there's no change in access, given the neighbors would love to close and make it a private road.
Right, I heard you say that, so I'm asking you,
Yeah.
if you'd let me finish what I'm asking you. So your concern is that changing the name may do something to impair public access? And
Correct.
you want clarification on that? That's what I.
Please.
Okay, thank you. There was one other letter we got, and I don't know what we're supposed to do with it. It's not about Nicholson. It's about this letter about Lincoln Creek. This is coming from Pickens County, and we're sending that out to people to sign on to, because it's an application, supports the Pickens County Lincoln Creek Watershed Enhancement Project. We got emailed this from Lisa Tasker. I don't think,
I'm not in the loop on that one.
I'll give it to you and you can follow up on it. I think it's something we need to send out to partners to support this project.
I don't have anything from Lisa Tasker.
So John, I'll give it to you.
Other open discussion items?
Nobody needs a ride on Tuesday, right?
Not me. No, thank you. Okay. Well, everybody, we received a letter from Suzanne indicating that the Little Ditch applicant would like to continue to February 26th.
From tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh, no, we gotta keep it on tomorrow. That was sarcastic. too.
In order to respond to the one of the letters that we received from the Compass Community School group. So I'm assuming it didn't sound like we had to give, I don't know if we give permission. I guess we give permission, but that's what
Well, yeah.
sounds like is happening.
So, yeah, we can continue.
a heads up on that.
I don't have a problem with that.
When I look at our 26th
That's what I was just
agenda, we have those Star Sky Holdings hearings, is what we have under land use currently. Star Sky Holding LLC appeals,
It's like a bunch of them.
it looks like 4 different property owner appeals for hearing officer determination. I am making the assumption they're all related, but I don't know that to be true. And Rye will give us the details on how to hold a hearing.
So we'll just add it to that agenda.
So that would be what we would be adding to that agenda. And then also the ordinance for the seasonal farm worker housing,
The continued first reading.
continued first reading.
Because Eden wasn't available on the first reading. Okay.
So those are the items scheduled for the 26th. Does that sound good to everyone to add Little Ditch to that day? All right, I will reply to Suzanne.
Yeah, I think we're good.
And that will free us up for sometime tomorrow. Okay. And with that, let's adjourn our work session today, and we'll see you all tomorrow at noon.
And
Thank you.
I want people to bring snacks
And
tomorrow.
thank you, Grassroots.
Comfy slippers.
Don't take your shoes off at meetings with your comfy slippers, but bring snacks, because it's gonna be a long one, Kelly.
I think it will, and we'll build in
I'll
some
tell
breaks.
you, I'll let you know in the morning whether or not I think I can expose you all to what's left of my disease here.
Don't rush on that one.
And
Thank
it's
you.
gonna be a long day, Francie. We don't want you.
Yeah, you may be happier at
Well,
home.
I also, I'm wondering if we want to have some sheriff's presence in the room for part of it.
Oh. Can I
Always
ask you to
ask.
communicate with John Peacock about that, please?
I will do.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Thanks. Are we off?
Yes.